and they can apply this one to the students with the existing smartphone and the box or the camera that costs less than 200 baht. Right, IPST, I'm sorry. Okay, so the technology, you can say, we will teach about when they use all these gadgets or equipments, you need to be careful about the accidents that you may fall down or the contents that may not be appropriate. And not only fun in terms of the technology in the classroom. Good technology should promote the mutual understandings about the teachers and the students to promote the formative assessment. They can come in many forms. It doesn't have to be in the quiz or the test or the exam. It can be in the form of game, like this game. This is a KMUTT. KMUTT is a very popular game. In order to gain the attention by giving out the sweets or the khanom or the snacks, but the gist of this one is to teach them about the formative. For this one is usually in these multiple choices, the correct one is the red one. But so when we see the wrong answer, then we can go back and they can read and teach them again about the right answers. Besides the Kahoot, we have the other options. They have both pros and cons. So I will talk about the bottom one. They call the clickers. Clickers is come from the paper clickers. So it's the one all the students have smartphone, but this one doesn't have to have the smartphone. You have the piece of paper with the QR code, and you can turn it sideways in order to show to the teacher that you choose A or B or C or D. And it's the teacher the only one who has the smartphone to scan, and the system will say that how many people answer that particular choice. That is the classroom learning, but the technology to promote the homeschooling. When we talk about the home learning, people will think about video. You learn from video, you learn from internet. That is to learn from the video anyway. But in fact, when you learn at home, it should be the two-way communications, not the way that the teachers will send the message to the learner, but the learners should be able to ask the question as well. I have heard people complain about the quality of the education in our country. There are so many barriers, many obstacles. Can we stop teaching at school and let the students learn from YouTube? Let them use the YouTube and they can learn. If they learn C, they like Ajahn Mok who can teach so many things. The answer is yes, but it's not the whole thing, and it's like a razor blade that you have, that you try to produce the pedagogy. How long is the video? How long? How different? Like tutorials or the lectures video, how they are different? Or should we use the slides, or we use a tablet, or we should, like for the PowerPoint? And the other one, like what? Is it necessary to show teacher's face on the video or not? Or the teachers should stay away and let them see the whole slides of the content. So like this one, we had done the research about to show the video online. They said if the video is shorter than 6 minutes, to show the face of the teacher or not, it doesn't matter. But if it's longer than 6 minutes, when they see the face of the teacher, like a picture in picture to show the face of the teacher on the orange area, so the engagement time of the students will be more. The students will watch more video longer. So with this one, I used to explain in many examples about the video on the Facebook page. If you are interested, you can follow on that. Now, for about the student side, sometimes we think only on the teacher side or the teacher, but sometimes you forgot about the learners. So when they click play, you think that that's all, and they can watch the series. But in fact, it's different from the series watching, because the teaching video, they have to take a note, they have to think along. Sometimes if they cannot think and follow, they have to rewind back and start it from over again. So the teacher should give the techniques about in order to slow down the video, to make it faster, to make it slower. And when they have the English as a medium of language, they can turn on the subtitles. The subtitles can be the Thai language or the local dialect automatically by using the YouTube. So sometimes translation is not perfect, but it's a big help for the people who would like to switch to the English text. So when we have the online, you can get on the download on the whether you are in the mountain, you are in the forest, you can download it and put it, and you can keep it when you are offline. When we're talking about the teaching video, some people are attached to the home schooling or the home learning is only video, but in fact you can have the video book or the sound, like the book that have only sound. And the other one, the gadget that we call the podcast. The podcast, if in the QR code, you can see the workshop in order to produce the podcast products that I used to learn at the KMUTT. You can look at the podcast. What does it mean by podcast? Podcast is the one you can listen to anywhere, anytime, and the most important thing is during the download. You can download with the internet, and the system will download without clicking, and you just say that you follow this series, and it will download it for you automatically. And when you listen to it, whether there is internet or no internet signals, you can listen to podcasts. The gadgets for the podcast is not only the smartphone, but computer and platform, every platform, including smart TV. But almost everything except the rice cooking or even the iron. Okay, you cannot listen from those things. But the podcast has nothing to do with the Apple. It's a platform that is a neutral for everybody who can download and make use of it. But in fact, like a Google that also support the platform of the podcast. At the moment, it's the golden era of the podcast in Thailand. For the overseas, that was really popular in the 2004. The podcast is the word of the year under Oxford. But at the beginning, the podcast in Thailand is quite a few. But right now we have more and more series, more substance, more entertainment series. Right now, for the grade 3 students, they can learn about these things like a podcast and also the other technology from the very beginning of their schooling, from the IPST. So when you learning at home, you have the other gadgets, like the book that I show you on the screen. It's called the e-book reader. It looks like a tablet. So they are different, because when you read it in the outside the building, you can see the e-book looks like exactly like paper. But the tablet has a reflection, so you can see it very, very clear. E-book reader, when you charge the battery, you can use it for almost a whole month. And you can read it for many, many books, like 10 books, and you can read it wherever you have a very notebook or the internet, because the smart TV right now is quite low cost, and you can plug in the USB, and you can download the teaching with the USB. The USB that is a solid state. about 500 megabyte it doesn't cost much these days, and the students or the learners, once when you finish watching, then you can reflect by taking down the recording, just not quite expensive, this one, and this one can be rotated among the students. If there's a lockdown like this one again, even some communities, some students who have no internet, the teachers can still communicate with the students through the thumb drive and through the recording machine like this. Now, in Cuba, these are the samples of users. They can do the Netflix, so they search for the entertainment, and they call the weekly package, and there is one guru that will download the new series from the United States on each terabyte and put in the hard disk and distribute it for those people who like to watch Netflix, and they pay the money, even though the government closed down these medias, and they cannot watch the Western entertainment series, but because they want to see this kind of Western entertainment. So if they have courageous enough and also enthusiastic enough, so in some places we can overcome this one in the same manner. Now, when it comes to in the cloud, I will give you a concluding that there are many technologies that we can communicate with the learners, like with the learning management system that can communicate with the learners. You can attach the video and classify them in chapters and chapters rather than to let them to see in the YouTube directly, and then we can communicate from that video. And the other one, the other LMS that we call the learning management system, we can track down the progress of the learners, which video that they had watched, which video that they had gone through. And this one we had to do the training about many years ago. And the learners can send the homework, and this is the one to learn from the video. We can test the understanding through the quiz. Like, for example, with a multiple choice like this. So if you are interested, you can scan this QR code and you can look at the LMS in many manners that I used to run this training, the LMS training for the Red Cross of Thailand. So this one is not only the text that we can communicate, it can be the voice, and it's a very the LMS come in many forms. They have pros and cons, or the different one. This from the year 2017 that we have the MOOC that came up, and all the or MIT, Harvard on the eastern part of the America, they decided to have this platform to be the open edX and let the people, university around the world to use this one free, no charge. And then edX, it turned out to be the LMX that they together with the Moodles that have in 2004, including Thailand, when we have the teachers training and also the way to do the calculations that when I used to help to the IPST, we have the 200,000 students, and this platform can accommodate it. And on the right hand side, we have the new LMS. This is a new feature, but it has very easy to use. So this one you can use like a. So finally, I would like to conclude all the technologies, both in class and at home and on the cloud. In the past, the technology that we have, it had been developed as if we riding the horses or the carriage, and you can go to anywhere that you want to, but the horse is not fast enough, so we invented railroads that can carry the mass amount of passengers to the destination. But the problem is is for all the passengers have to go together at the same time. It's the same time, in the same manner. It's a metaphor for the education, because the education we can produce the people in a vast amount in order to serve the industrial age, but the people have to go at the same time. So there may be some who miss the train, and then at right now we hope that the education will develop to be the automobile, fast like a railroad, and get to the destination as each one would like to go the time they want to go. And I really hope that the technology, wherever it is, it's gonna be for the purpose of the learners to get access to what they want to learn individually, and also it can accept the difference of the learners. Thank you very much, Ajahn Mok. I love your last slide that you had, the new learning technologies that you were talking about. You have to change the paradigm shift. We have to change. The new technology is here. The situation is a kind of forcing you. We are changing from riding horses to the railroads. We are not asking for the faster horse, but we change the horse to the railroad. It's a new technology indeed. I love that one so much. So one thing that I want to interfere when Ajahn Mok, you're talking about the training to you for the digital literacies for the teachers and also the network, and for the เจ้าฟ้ามหาจักรี Foundation. We're going to have another training for this year alone, and also for the next year one more time. So I think that today we had received so much information, and that can be applied to use. There's no need to interpret, there's no need to translate, because you have the real situation of the classroom training. Excellent, and it's going to be very beneficial to many of us here. So we will say, oh, we used to use this technology, but we never thought that, oh, the learners is not, if they don't have the tablets, they don't have smartphone, if they have the desktop PC, oh, that some technology may not be appropriate for that kind of gadgets. So this information can be applied to everybody. So I would like to come back to the listeners. Okay, I would like you to ask the questions for all the teachers, or even from the overseas, to raise the questions. You can click, you can type it in the chat box. Any kind of any language is welcome, and we have the interpreters who can communicate back to you. Yes, a lot of questions, and we had a lot of exchange of ideas.
ขอบคุณมากนะครับสำหรับคำถามที่ผู้ฟังได้แชร์เข้ามาจำนวนมากเลยนะครับผมเนื่องจากเวลามีไม่ค่อนข้างจำกัดขออนุญาตเลือกคำถามขึ้นมาหนึ่งคำถามเพื่อถามท่านอาจารย์พลเดชนะครับคุณกัญญารัตน์สุมานะได้ถามเข้ามาว่าเทคโนโลยีใหม่ๆที่น่าสนใจที่เข้าถึงนักเรียนได้ง่ายและมีแนวโน้มในการจัดหาเราจะมีวิธีการจัดหาเทคโนโลยีเหล่านี้อย่างไรให้นักเรียนได้ใช้อย่างทั่วถึง
First of all, I would like to thank you all for because we have received a lot of questions, but we have just chosen one because we have just enough time for that. So the question is, the new technologies are highly interesting, and they're easy for the school children to use when they have access to them. However, the problem is how can we provide those new technologies so that they will be available to all.
ครับขอบคุณครับสำหรับคำถามครับเทคโนโลยีเพื่อการเรียนรู้ที่ผมพูดถึงนะครับก็จะมีทั้งแบบที่เป็นเวอร์ชันแพงแล้วก็เวอร์ชันที่ทุกคนสามารถเข้าถึงได้ในวงกว้างครับยกตัวอย่างเช่นเทคโนโลยี VR หรือความจริงเสมือนนะครับเราอาจจะไปซื้ออุปกรณ์กล้ กล่อง VR ราคาแพงๆเป็นหมื่นเลยก็ได้แต่ในอีกทางหนึ่งเราอาจจะไปดาวน์โหลดรูปแบบของกล่องนะครับซึ่งสามารถดาวน์โหลดได้ฟรีบนอินเทอร์เน็ตแล้วก็ปริ้นออกมาแล้วตัดกระดาษแข็งเองออกมาเป็นกล่อง VR แล้วใส่สมาร์ทโฟนเข้าไปก็สามารถได้ประสบการณ์ VR เช่นเดียวกันอีกทางหนึ่งเรื่องของ e-book นะครับเราอาจจะไปซื้อ e-book reader ราคาหลายพันมาก็ได้นะครับแต่ว่าอีกทางหนึ่งเราอาจจะอ่าน e-book บนคอมพิวเตอร์ที่เรามีอยู่แล้วได้เช่นเดียวกันครับ
Thank you for your question. The answer is the technologies that I've mentioned in my talk. We have several versions. First of all, we have versions which are expensive and which could cost over 10,000 baht. And however, there are other versions which could be available to all. I would like to cite the example of VRs. We can buy VRs for over 10,000 baht, or else just download the file from the internet, and that could serve as a model for cutting up a cardboard, and we can place just the smartphone inside or a computer inside that cardboard, and it would function exactly like the expensive VR that we have bought. Another example concerns the e-books. You can buy e-book readers which could be very expensive. However, if you have a smartphone or a computer, you can just use that for the e-book.
ขอบคุณมากครับน่าเล่นมาก VR ที่เอามาดูที่หน้านี่น่าเล่นมากเลยครับก็ต้องน่าเสียดายครับคือเวลาเราก็ค่อนข้างจำกัดมากนะครับดังนั้นเดี๋ยวคำถามที่เหลือนะครับที่น่าสนใจหลายคำถามเลยทั้งเรื่องวิธีการทำวิดีโอที่ดีวิธีการ assess ผลการเรียนรู้ของเด็กออนไลน์นะครับเดี๋ยวตรงนี้จะขอรบกวนให้อาจารย์Panuakdetช่วยไปตอบคำถามนะครับในแชทของทั้งเว็บไซต์หรือโซเชียลมีเดียด้วยนะครับในต่อไปในอนาคต
ครับยินดีครับ
ขอบคุณมากครับก็งั้นก็ขออนุญาตจบเซสชันนี้ที่ตรงนี้นะครับขอบคุณครับสวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับ
I hope you all enjoyed the plenary session and also the show and share session in the second day of the third Princess Mahachakri Forum. As you can see, this forum is full of insights, motivation, inspiration, and great knowledge, not only to teachers, but to students and the community as well, following in the lead of Her Royal Highness Princess Mahachakri Sirinthorn and her dedication towards education. And this award is given out to all the teachers and people who are dedicated to education as well, in improving the community, improving occupation, and improving the standard of living of people and the quality of life through education, because education is necessary. Like they say, a good education leads to a good life, and these people understand the importance of education. And right now in the 2020, since the end of 2019, the COVID-19 pandemic has created a big impact on every field of sectors, whether it's economic, education, and also way of life. The COVID-19 pandemic has really had a big effect. So for plenary session number 6, we have invited 3 guest speakers to talk about two topics. The first one is the possible impact of COVID-19 pandemic on Thai students' achievements, present how does the COVID-19 pandemic affect students' life, the teachers, the students, and also how does online and social distancing affect them as well. That is number one. And of course, we have learning about the COVID-19 pandemic and revealing possible impacts and remedies that we can do in order to cope with the COVID-19 pandemic. So the first one is, does it affect the students' lives and their achievements? The second one is that how can we cope with this pandemic during the time being? Of course, social distancing is necessary, but we must also bring in technology and online teaching as the new normal as well, not only because of the social distancing due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but also because of globalization that people are learning now around the world. And just like with this one, in the ASEAN community and Timor-Leste, we are miles apart. However, we can all join together through social media, through technology, and of course, with the COVID-19 pandemic, this is very necessary. And just like we all know, the third Princess Mahachakri Award Forum would be all clustered together if it wasn't for the COVID-19 pandemic. So how can we deal with this solution? So does it affect the students' life? I think it might affect it a bit. And how can we deal with this pandemic? How can we make the students' life better due to coping with the COVID-19 pandemic? So this session, we have three guest speakers who will talk about two topics. I hope you enjoy this topic, and then the next topic will be very interesting as well. But right now, enjoy plenary session number 6, COVID-19 pandemic and the students' achievement and coping with the pandemic during this time.
My name is Chavin Chandrasenawong. I'm a Deputy Manager for International Affairs for the Princess Mahachakri Award Foundation, and welcome you to the plenary session number 6. And this is going to be about the impact of learning. What do the teachers think? What do the students think? What is the impact of COVID-19 on the school's operation? So today we are happy, I'm very happy to be joined by 3 distinguished speakers. One, I'd like to introduce you to Dr. Dilaka Lathapipat. Dr. Dilaka is a human development economist for the education unit of the World Bank. He's based in Bangkok. His work focuses primarily on education, school-based management, education financing, education inequality, the labor market, and program impact evaluation. And the other 2 speakers are our Princess Mahachakri Award recipients from the year 2017. One is Madame Lim Soyo. She was a chemistry teacher at Maktab Duli, Bandar Seri Begawan, Brunei Darussalam. Number 3, Mrs. Phan Thi Nu. She's an English teacher from Le Kidong Gifted High School, Da Nang, Vietnam. Both of our teachers here, they recently retired, but they still are very much active. They still give services to their school and are very much involved in education nowadays. So let us first go to Dr. Dilaka for the session 1 on the impact of COVID-19 to the education.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today I'm going to present the findings from our recent Thailand country report on PISA 2018, which includes analysis of the likely impact of the current COVID-19 pandemic on the achievement of our students in the next round of PISA in 2021. Let me begin, please. Okay, so let's first look at the overall picture of PISA. So 75% of Thailand's 15-year-olds are represented by the PISA. So not the whole population of 15-year-olds in Thailand. So this is a little bit worrying because if you look at the trend from 1994 to 2013, the enrollment rate in upper secondary education level has been trending up all the time. But in the last couple of years, the rate of enrollment has fallen quite sharply after 2013 and has remained stagnant ever since. And if we look at the performance, the overall performance in reading, mathematics, and science, Thailand is the gray line here. This is for reading, mathematics, and science. And the blue line is the OECD average, while the orange line is the East Asia and Pacific EAP average. So we can see from here that across all subjects, Thai students are underperforming students in East Asia on average and the OECD. More worryingly is the trend, especially in reading and science. The trend in the last 1.5 decades, say, has been declining. And as I said, the 2018 results provide a pre-COVID-19 baseline, and we expect that the impact of school closure, especially if there is a second wave, then we expect that these trends will be exacerbated further. Now I'll go through this quickly, and then I'll focus more on the analysis of the COVID-19 impact. So around 60% of Thai students perform below the minimum proficiency level, which is level 2 in the PISA scale, and which means that around 60% of Thai students are considered functionally illiterate. And at the other end of the spectrum, we can see that only 0.2% of our students are high performers, while across OECD and EAP regions, around 9% of students were high performer in 2018. So we can see that Thailand has, even before COVID-19, Thai students are performing not so well. And the foundations of success for education in general, not just for Thailand, can be considered as resources. So both human and financial and all other resources, and quality instruction, learning time, and inclusive learning environments, and family support. On financial resource front, we can see that Thailand is here. So we're not spending particularly much, about towards the bottom end of the group of sample countries, the PISA sample countries. And cumulative spending per student from grade 1 to grade 9 for Thailand is about $27,000 US, which is less than 1/3 of the average spending across OECD countries. So in terms of financial resources, we're not particularly spending very much. However, if you look at the trend in spending has been going up, the left chart, while the number of students has been declining. So in terms of per student spending, Thailand has been increasing per student spending over the last 20 years, 15, 20 years. But the sharp increase in real per student spending, as we saw in the previous slide, yielded no improvement whatsoever in the learning outcomes. In fact, we can see that PISA scores have worsened since 2009. In terms of human resources, many principals, especially in disadvantaged schools, so schools serving a disadvantaged portion of the student population, they're complaining of a lack of qualified educational staff to hinder their school's capacity to provide instruction to students. So we need to look beyond the PISA data to understand why the teacher allocation is so inequitable and so inefficient, ineffective and inefficient in Thailand. culprit is in the Teacher Civil Service and Educational Personnel Commission, TEPC, Teacher Allocation Rule. So quickly, if we divide schools into 5 types, according to the Office of the Basic Education Commission's criteria. So type 1 is a small primary school. Type 2 is non-small primary school, so which has more than 120 students. Type 3 is the opportunity expansion schools, which are schools with primary grades and lower secondary grades. These type 3 are the small opportunity expansion schools. Type 4 are the non-small opportunity expansion schools, and type 5 are the secondary schools. So the PISA sample are this group, type 3, 4, and 5. So opportunity expansion and secondary schools. So we can see here, this table shows the average number of classes in each grade. So you can see that for opportunity expansion schools, they usually have around 11, on average, 11 grades in the school, 11 classes in the school. So 2 classes in preschool grade and about 1 class each from primary 1 to secondary 3. So on average, they have about 11 classes. How many teachers does the Ministry of Education allocate to these schools? Only 9.5. So, and this 9.5, so you don't even have 1 teacher for each class. So these schools, even secondary schools, have to, they cannot teach all classes at the same time unless they rely on multi-grade teaching. And we also did a simple model to calculate based on looking at the Thai curriculum and the number of hours, weekly hours each teacher can teach. So on average, for type 3, the small opportunity expansion school, I think we need around 17 teachers to staff our classrooms adequately. Okay. So it's not a surprise to see that from survey of school principals, we can see that most of the principals complain that they have shortage of educational staff, teaching staff, even across advantaged, average, and disadvantaged schools. So the more this graph points to the right, the more shortage, the bigger shortage. So we can see that there's a big shortage in disadvantaged schools and a big gap between, big inequity in teacher allocation. And again, across urban and rural areas. Okay, inequality exists everywhere, even in OECD and EAP on average, but in Thailand, the inequality is much, much wider. Again, in terms of educational materials and school infrastructure, the same picture emerges. Sorry. So where, again, Thailand, the inequality is much worse than in the OECD, across advantaged and disadvantaged schools and across urban and rural schools. Now, this specific component, well, we just look at learning materials and teacher. Now we look at digital learning resources. So this is especially important during this, the spread of the COVID-19 virus. So about 1.6 billion students across over 160 countries have seen their schools closed by early April this year, including almost 11 million students in Thailand. So to help mitigate the loss of learning, so many systems are pursuing the option of remote learning. Now, let's use the PISA data to look at how ready Thai schools are to provide online learning during this pandemic, especially if there is going to be a second wave. So here we look at the top graph. An effective online learning support platform is available. Here I divide schools into 4 groups. Again, Q1, that's the disadvantaged schools. Q4, that's the quartile 4, that's the advantaged schools. So if you look at the advantaged and disadvantaged schools, only 51% of schools reported they have effective online learning platform, while for advantaged schools, almost 90%. So this inequality is quite worrying. Now, even worse than that, when we look at learning resources at home for the students, on average, around 70 students in urban school communities have a computer at home, and only 45% of students in rural communities reported having a computer they can use for schoolwork at home. The gap between, again, advantaged and disadvantaged students is even more striking. So advantaged students, around 90% of them have access to using computer for schoolwork. But only 20% of disadvantaged students reported the same. So these two slides alone just can tell straight away that we are not ready to have this online, well, it's not universally ready to have online learning for all students. Now, okay, let me go through this quickly. We also look at other dimensions, not just resources, but also quality instruction, where we look at adaptive instruction and classroom disciplinary climate and an index of quality assurance in school. So these 3 indicators provide indices for quality instruction in school. And again, we can see quite big inequality. So schools with disadvantaged children all have lower indices for across all 3 indicators, while the indices for the advantaged students are higher across all 3 dimensions. Again, another factor for quality quality schooling is inclusive environment. How students feel, if they feel they belong in school, or if they feel safe in school. Again, we look at, we constructed indices for sense of belonging in school, and also the extent of exposure to bullying. 0, if you look at this graph, 0 is the OECD average. So this means that in Thailand, on average, Thai students are being bullied much more than on average across OECD countries. And they feel less sense of belonging compared to OECD. And again, for disadvantaged students, they are much more likely to be bullied than advantaged students. And the same for the sense of belonging. So it's not surprising if you bullied more than you feel less sense of belonging in school. And to make, this has a very big impact. So 1 standard deviation increase in sense of belonging is associated with the 8-point increase in reading performance. 8 points is almost 1/3 of a year equivalent of learning. Again, for exposure, well, 1 standard deviation increase in bullying is associated with almost 9 points in decline in reading score. And you can see here on average, disadvantaged students in Thailand are about 0.3 standard deviation. They bullet 0.3 of a standard deviation more than OECD students. And this is of course expected. Family support. The more parents provide support, then the higher the student learning outcome. And again, if we look at family support, disadvantaged children have less supportive parents than compared to students from advantaged background. So all these family support, sense of belonging, are especially important in this COVID-19 pandemic, where students, if they don't feel like going to school, and when the school term is shortened, then there's going to be a problem. And we do provide estimates of the impact of loss of learning time on student performance. So because we don't have the PISA result of 2021 yet, so we cannot know for sure what the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic is on student learning outcome. What we can do is to evaluate the loss of learning time and due to different factors on student learning outcome, and try to infer this on the loss of learning time caused by the pandemic. Okay, so first I look at the student absenteeism. So whether student has skipped a whole day of school or before the PISA test. Here is the bottom, the dark blue one is once or twice during the 2 weeks prior to the PISA test. The middle line is the 3 or 4 times, and the light blue line is 5 times or more. So here we estimate the marginal effect. So the partial effect of skipping a whole day of school on student learning outcomes. And we can see that the impact is quite high. So if you skip 5 or more, more than 3 times within the last 2 weeks before the PISA test, the impact was as high as 20. So that's almost two-thirds of a year's worth of schooling. Arriving late for school can be interpreted similarly. Okay, so that's one measure that we rely on to evaluate the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Another one is grade age mismatch in Thai schools. So here, the graph, you can see that here the bottom graph, the bottom bar chart shows the share of students who are on track. On track, so they are in grade 10 or 11 when they are 15 years old. So for advantaged students, around 90% of the students are on track. And about 68% of students, for disadvantaged students, are on track. And 30% of disadvantaged students are 1 year behind track. That's a very significant number. Why is this important? If we look at, we analyze the effect of being behind track or off track on the PISA score. Here, this graph is very important. So if 6 is the reference age, so if you enter school at age 6, then you don't repeat grades, then you are on track. If you enter 7 years, at 7 years old you are 1 year off track, and 8 years old you are 2 years off. And look at the effect. If you enter school late by 1 year, the impact is around 6.2 points on the PISA scale. If you delay by 1 year, 1 more year to 8 years old, the impact grows exponentially to 19. If you delay by a year further, then the impact goes to almost 50 points, more than 1 year's worth of schooling. And of course, if you enter early and while you're not ready, then the impact is also bad too. So having been through good preparation in primary school is important, right? And enter at the right age when you're ready. Enter late or early, both are not good. Okay. So what happens if there is a second wave? And we saw in the earlier slide that disadvantaged children are already about 1 year behind, right? So if there is a second wave and the students who have to lose 1 more year of learning, so that's equivalent to entering school at 8 years old. So this is the likely impact will be around 13 points on the PISA scale. That's how we estimate the impact of the COVID-19. Now, let's look at if the students are affected by the pandemic and they have to enter school later, then look at the effect on grade repetition. Normally, if you enter school at the right age, there's a 3.7% chance of repeating a grade. And again, 1 year later, 10% chance. No, sorry, 5% chance. 2 years later, 10% chance. So the evidence is for both the PISA score and the probability of repeating grades goes up exponentially the longer you delay school entry. And equivalently, if the students lose time from schooling due to the pandemic, there's a 51% chance that the student will again repeat a grade in the lower secondary level. So this is potentially very serious. So because of the pandemic, the poor students who enter school late, that may enter time could be quite high, especially if there's a second wave. And the impact is, the negative impact is very high because students are, as we saw in the earlier slide, the effect on learning outcome is very, very large. And also it has an effect, increases the chance of the student repeating a grade, both in the primary and the lower secondary level. And this graph summarizes the primary school starting age by socioeconomic status. So the blue line, the blue bar, is for disadvantaged students, and the yellow bar for the advantaged students. So we can see that entering school at the correct age, meaning 6 years old, 39% of advantaged students enter school at this age. But also PISA also consider 7 years old as starting at the right age. So if you are in grade 10 or 11 when you're 15, then you're on track, right? So basically these two groups are pretty much on track. But the danger is the disadvantaged students, 65% of them enter school at the age 7. So the pandemic could result in them delaying further the loss of learning time with the estimated effect as I have shown in the previous slides. So based on the PISA 2018 findings for Thailand, we recommend that schools and the government provide equipment for make sure that all students do not lose learning time because of the COVID-19 pandemic, or minimize the loss of learning time, because we have seen that the loss of learning time, especially for disadvantaged children, the effect is very high. It could be as high as almost 1/3 or 2/3 of a year's loss of learning. So an online learning platform or distance video distance learning has to be provided to ensure that these students do not lose time. And also, hopefully, we hope that the second wave will not come. But at the moment, students are in school. But if the second wave does come, then we have to make sure that students optimize the time, the limited time that they have in school. And we have seen that Thai students are much more exposed to bullying than on average in the OECD countries. And also they don't feel that the school is safe, and they don't feel welcoming at school. And lastly, parents play a very important role in having to provide support, emotional support to their students so that they enjoy going to school and they are motivated to learn. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dilaka, for the very interesting presentation. The data itself is very interesting to know. Quite alarming, actually, to be honest. Just realize that the gap is widening, and it's for the disadvantaged students, it's very hard for them during this time. I wasn't actually quite aware that bullying is actually reflected everywhere, and it has a good, a very big impact on students' learning. And actually, devices, the access to internet, is actually a big factor to talk about distance learning, the access to internet. I think that we'll be taking that point further with the next sessions, by Mrs. Lim Songo and Mrs. Fantinu, who will be talking about the impact of COVID-19 and their perceptions of teachers and students on this online learning or this access to internet, unable to access to internet. So what do they think? How do they find online learning? So let's go to the next session. This session actually came about from last month. We had a mini-series of the Princess Mahachakri Award teachers who share with us the impact of COVID-19 on their schools, the teaching and learning in their schools. And then these two ladies, they said, let us go into more details and speak to our teachers and students and see what they think, what is the impact that they feel of the interruption of education through COVID-19. So first, let us begin with Madame Lim Songo on the impact.
Thank you, Dr. Sharon. So good afternoon to everybody. Today I'm going to share with you a study on teachers and students' perception on distance or online learning, which was conducted by myself and Mrs. New from Vietnam. As we all know, the COVID-19 pandemic has resulted in closure of almost all the schools all over the world. This has affected more than 90% of the student populations and affected their learning. Hence, this leads to rapid development of distance or online learning in which many people, especially teachers and students who were not prepared. So this study was carried out to look into the effectiveness of distance or online learning from teachers and students' perspective. On top of that, we also try to identify the challenges faced by teachers and students and to look at their preference, whether they like to have distance or online learning, or they prefer to go for physical classroom teaching and learning. To do this, online survey forms were created. The links were sent to teachers and students via WhatsApp and Line. A total of 275 teachers and 575 students took part in this survey, which was conducted from 5th of August to 20th of August 2020. The result was then analyzed. Let me share with you the responses from students' survey. First, you can see that Most of the students who participated in this survey come from Brunei Darussalam, Malaysia, Vietnam, Philippines, and a few from other countries. It was understood that students from certain countries could not participate in this survey due to the lack of internet connection or difficulty in understanding the language used in the survey questionnaires. And we were also informed that some students are still on their vacation. The questionnaires were sent to students from Southeast Asian countries and Timor-Leste at different year group or levels. We can see from the pie chart here, about 43.1% of the students were from secondary school. We have 35% of primary school students, and 29.1% of those who participated were pre-university students. The first thing we look into is whether the students have access to internet connection and what are the tools that they use for distance or online learning. So let's look at the first pie chart. We can see that 77% of the students actually has access to internet connection. So out of this group of students, about 50% of them prefer to use their mobile phone for online learning, whereas 27.7% of them are using their computers or laptop. And we have about 23% of students who had no access to internet connection at home. This group of students opted for learning via home learning packages, meaning to say the teachers prepared the printed material for them to learn at home themselves. And a small number of the student participants actually studied via television broadcasts. About 70% of the students actually possess the IT skill in order for them to attend online lesson, whereas 30% of them said that they lack the IT skill to attend online lesson themselves. Those students who had no IT skills, they were either assisted by adults at home, like for example, their parents, aunties, or elder siblings, to help them to log into the online lesson before they can attend the session. In cases when there's no adult to assist them at home, they will either miss the lesson or they will go for home learning packages. When we check with students about what do they feel about, is it important to have teachers in the classroom? More than 80% of the students responded that it is important for them to have a teacher in the classroom because they can ask questions directly whenever they are in doubt, and also the question will be answered immediately. Some of them responded that they are visual learners and they can understand better if the teachers are explaining on the board. A number of students admitted that during the online learning session, they are normally less focused and their mind easily drifted away from the lesson and normally get lost in the middle of the lesson. Hence, they would prefer to have teacher in the classroom so that they can stay more focused throughout the lesson. When we check with students how often do they ask questions during online or distance learning sessions, we found that about 30% of the students seldom or never ask questions. According to them, there is limited time during the online classes and they had very little chance to ask questions. Others responded that they learn via home learning packages and they had no chance to meet the teachers at all and hence no chance to ask questions. Another group of students actually responded that their lessons were actually pre-recorded by the teachers and sent to them through WhatsApp. So they also have very little chance to actually interact with teacher or have any chance to ask questions. However, about 50% of the students said that they actually have time, have the chance to ask questions because in some cases, the teachers will leave or spare some time towards the end of the lesson for students to ask questions on anything that they couldn't understand. And some students said that They took the initiative to text the teacher after the class if there's any problem. Regarding students' level of understanding, we can see that more than around 50% of the students indicated that their understanding level on the lesson taught during online session is about 60 to 70%, whereas about 23% of them indicated that their understanding is less than 50%. This group of students, actually, they prefer the lesson that was taught during online session will be reviewed when the school is open to help them to understand better. And some students actually expressed their concern that they were afraid that about 60% of the students responded that they could not complete the work assigned to them because of inadequate understanding of the topic, as we have already mentioned. And actually, some students expressed their frustration that they feel highly stressed due to the heavy workload given by the teacher during the online or distant learning sessions. They explained that they do not get as much work being assigned to them during the normal school time. And therefore, very often they would not be able to complete the work and can only submit partially done work or would not submit at all. And a small proportion of students indicated that they themselves lack the self-discipline and often procrastinate their work. Other than checking on students' academic performance during the past few months when they do online study, we also check on students' social development for the past few months. We observed that about 45.2% of the students indicated that they have very little chance to communicate with each other due to limited class hour. And those who are learning via home learning packages and who have no internet access at home expressed that they had no chance to interact with their friends at all. However, about 27% of the students responded that they do have chance to interact or communicate with their friends, but only in the form of text messages via social media. It was also found that certain group of students, especially those from secondary schools and pre-university level, they took the initiative to arrange for virtual meeting with their friends, example, through Zoom or other online platform, just to keep up with their social life and keep up to date with each other. Regarding their interaction with teachers, more than 50% of the students responded that they lacked interaction with the teacher, or some said that they had no interaction with teacher at all during the past few months. This is due to limited class hours, and so teachers, when they were normally rushing to finish off the topic, they feel awkward to interact with the teacher during the class session. And those who are using home learning packages responded that they had no chance to meet up with the teachers and no chance to interact with them at all. However, about 40% of the students responded that they have very good interaction with teachers during the past few months. They explained that actually certain teachers will spare some time before the end of the lesson, not only to allow them to ask questions if they do not understand, but also to allow a little time for teacher-student interaction and also student-student interaction. When we check with students' preference, whether they would like to go online or go for physical classroom learning, we can see very clearly from the pie charts here, about 90% of the students prefer to go for physical classroom learning, and hence they are looking forward to go back to school. Despite saying that most of the students prefer to go for physical classroom learning, they cannot deny that there are some parts of online learning that they really enjoy in some ways. For example, they do not have to wake up early to go to school. It will save their transportation time and money. They can play and watch TV at home. No need to use school uniform and carry heavy school bags every day. They can eat and drink while they are studying. They do not have to be fully focused on the lesson. And they say that they can go to other apps or social media on the gadgets during the class sessions. They do not need to submit the work on time. And what is interesting, students say that they will check the answer by Google or web search when the teacher asks questions during the class sessions. They feel that they are in a more comfortable environment at home and they can attend lessons even if they are sick. Some students prefer online learning because they feel that they have more flexible learning hours and they can attend lessons even if they wake up late. This applies to those who are using home learning packages or viewing pre-recorded lessons. They also say that they will not miss any part of the lesson even in case of emergency because the device can be brought anyway. Many of them say that they have improved their IT skills when they are exposed to more online platforms. And they also feel that they become more independent learners through online or distance learning. Many explain that what is beautiful about pre-recorded lesson is that it can be viewed again and again to understand the part of the topic which they are having problems. And even parents can view the pre-recorded lesson to help their children if they have any problem with the topic. We also get responses from students that they feel more motivated during the past few months on their learning because their parents started to spend more time with them every day to review the work with them. Of course, according to the students, there are also some disadvantages of online or distant learning. For example, they find it difficult to understand the lesson completely. They cannot ask questions directly whenever they are in doubt. So in certain cases, when students text the teacher to ask questions, they normally do not get immediate reply from the teacher. Of course, they also explain that they can understand that teachers have their own commitment. Many feel frustrated because of the heavy workload. They miss interaction with teachers and friends. They feel bored at home. They feel exhausted because having to face the screen all day, which causes the eye strain. One very big issue that was raised by most of the students was the unstable internet connection. So when the internet connection gets laggy, they will miss part of the lesson. Another big issue that was raised by many students was the increase in the expenses because the students need to purchase extra data for their quota. So another big issue raised by the student was the increase on expenses when students need to purchase extra quota for the Wi-Fi or to purchase more data on their phone if they were to continue attending their online lessons. Other than that, students feel that through online lesson or distant learning, they started to lose their self-discipline. They tend to procrastinate their work and they lack motivation to do work. Lack of IT skill is another problem for them to be able to join the online lessons. With home learning packages, some students find it difficult in understanding some part of the topic without the presence of a teacher. A concern which was raised by a group of students was that science practical cannot be done at home, especially those students from year 9 to year 13. They are worried about not being able to practice hands-on activities because practical work will be part of their exam assessment. One of the most common problems with online learning raised by many students was distraction at home due to background noises such as from television or noises from the sibling. And because of staying at home, they always have to help to do housework or looking after younger siblings. So in that case, they wouldn't be able to focus fully on their lesson. And lastly, a point which was mentioned by students is that not everyone in the family can afford to have a gadget for online learning. Very often, the gadgets or device have to be shared between siblings, and they would have to take turn to use it to attend the lesson. So in cases when the lessons, online lessons or classes were scheduled at a fixed time, either one or another have to miss the lesson. As a conclusion, after weighing the pros and cons, physical classroom teaching and learning is still widely preferred by students, although there are some students who suggest that a mix of physical classroom learning and online learning would make the lesson more interactive and interesting. Before I end my session, I would like to invite you to view a video clip on students' experience and their perception on online learning, which they experienced during the past few months. Thank you very much.
The advantages of e-learning is that it's quite convenient, as in you won't have the problem where you forget to bring your books to school because all your books are at home.
What's good about online classroom reading is you don't have to wake up early and wear your school uniform and then go to school. You don't have to move from class to class. You just have to stay at one place.
From my perspective, I think online learning is the best experience, and we become more independent by doing any research from different resources without waiting the teacher's instruction.
What I think is good about online-based learning is that I can study by myself and practice self-discipline.
The challenges I face during e-learning is that whenever I do have poor internet connection, my Zoom call will get laggy, and also I am unable to download important documents.
I feel terrible about it because I have a hard time to discipline myself to study with intense focus for hours at home, and for the past few months my brain has not properly practiced learning, which it affects my APR results. I didn't even attend any of the lessons. For the challenges, one is noise. I lived with 7 family members, and all of them have different kinds of ways to make noise. Second is distractions. I easily get distracted.
Certain challenges that I face during online learnings are I couldn't focus 100% during online learning, and it is very eye straining to look at the gadget for straight hours, and it is difficult for me to understand.
At first, during this online lesson, I feel very motivated and very focused because I was really excited to experience this online learning for the first time. But as time passes, I got less motivated and less focused, and I start to get lazy to do my works.
So my difficulties, I'm having trouble during online teaching is there's no partners or there's no friends for me to discuss with. So I'm currently, it's like, it kind of stressed me out. So it's kind of hard to get along with it because it's like a new normal to me.
Me and my sisters, which we did our online classes, use up like 9 gig in a day. So basically, in 2 weeks, we can finish up all of the data of the Wi-Fi. Yeah. Other than that, is because we have no friends. We're just alone in our room studying. So like it's a bit boring and less enjoyable during the class.
The challenges that I have to face was when the internet connection got really low, and when I learned in Zoom app, someone called me and the lesson was disrupted. Sometimes I got distracted because of the television background noises, and sometimes I couldn't understand what my teacher was explaining, especially about new topic.
Some of the challenges are, first, I cannot hear my teacher's voice clearly during the Zoom session because some of my friends open the mic and make noises. I felt very worried about my PSR exam soon because the COVID holiday took so long.
During these past few months, I feel very bored because I cannot meet my friends and I cannot go out. Normally, I play with my friends, but now we can only meet at Zoom meeting. Even when the school starts, I still cannot play with my friends because of social distancing. I feel very sad.
During online learning, I faced with many challenges like the first, power off or poor signal. The second, online program require virtual communication. The third, online training is boring.
I would prefer traditional classroom learning as the classroom is much more interactive, and when I have problems I can just simply raise my hand and the question will be answered straight away.
I prefer traditional classes than online classes because I find it's more easier to talk face to face with the teacher and we have more better discussion. The teacher also can evaluate our strength and weakness better.
Prefer face-to-face learning with our teacher because it will be easier to understand our teacher's teaching. Not only that, personal interaction is also important to improve our relationship with our teacher.
I prefer traditional class to online class because we don't need a stable network and I needed to study with a computer. In traditional class, I can directly interact with my friends and my teacher. I can discuss with my friends about the difficult knowledge to more understand and have better results than studying online.
I prefer traditional school learning because I can hear my teacher voice clearly and I can have my teacher to check my work as well. I also can ask my teacher questions to the topic that I don't understand.
I might like online learning because we get to stay at home, we get to actually finish the work, or actually I think a bit balance for me because I go to school, I have my friends, but it is very long. We stay at school, we have to sit on the chair for like an hour. But when we at home, we can just stand up, freedom. But I am very lonely. For me, it's actually very lonely because I am only child, so a bit lonely.
Thank you very much. That was very interesting to listen to the students reflect on what they have, their experiences during this online learning, and something is really real, background noises or having to do the houseworks while they're at home. So that's a good reflection. Now let us. So thank you very much for the information, Madam Lim, and I would like to next move on to look at the other side. What do the teachers think? What are their perspectives on this online learning? So I'd like to invite Mrs. Fantinu to please give us your information about the teachers. What do the teachers think?
Good afternoon, everyone. Now, I'd like to continue the study on teachers and students' perception on distance or online teaching and learning. The first part has just presented by Ms. Lim Songo, the PMCA awardee from Brunei Darussalam, and I'm Mrs. Nữ Phang, the PMCA awardee 2017 from Vietnam. I will continue the second part. It is the teacher's perception on distance or online teaching and learning. Because the study was conducted by two of us, so we have something in common, such as the purposes of the study, the objectives, or the methodology. So I will not present these parts to all of you, but I'd like to invite you to the responses of the teachers from the survey. Okay, as we do with the form sent to the students, the survey questionnaires were sent to the teachers of some schools in ASEAN countries and Timor-Leste. However, I didn't collect some information from some countries due to some certain reason, like lack of internet connection, maybe because of the language barrier, maybe the teachers were in quarantine or they were on summer vacation. We have invited the participation of teachers of different levels of school education from primary to high school or pre-university levels, in which the primary school teachers cover 53%, secondary school teacher with 33.9%, and high school teacher or pre-university with around 12.4%. And all of the teachers participating in the survey have years of teaching experience from 1 to more than 10 years, in which more than 10 years we have 76.6%. Between 2 to 10 years we have 19.7%, and less than 1 year of teaching experience we have 3.7% of the teacher. Online teaching was carried out via the apps and the internet with the support of the devices like PC, like laptops and the smartphones. But in reality, we have 94.2% of the teachers having the internet at home, and 5% of the teachers had no internet at home. And the tools used for distance or online teaching include computers or laptops with 50%, mobile phones with 70%, home learning packages, around 32.5% of the teacher apply this way, and teaching via TV was also applied in a few countries like Vietnam or Timor-Leste. In Vietnam, we use teaching via TV for the final level of secondary and high school. Even for teachers having internet connection at home, around 50 to 60% of the teachers still find it difficult to conduct online lessons because many students had no Wi-Fi connection at home, because students with limited budget to purchase data for the lessons. And you know, many students had no computers or laptops or smartphones to attend online lessons. And there was poor internet connection most of the time. Even the inability of students to log into the online platform during the online classes. You know, very young children had to depend on their parents or adult assistant. So without the parents or adults' help, online lesson was impossible for those students. And you know, it is really a problem for teachers to get full attendance of students during online classes. When applying distance or online teaching, teachers need a good IT skill, but you know, not all of them have enough these skills. We found 72.3% of teachers have sufficient IT skills to conduct online lessons, with 27.7% of them lack the skills or knowledge required to conduct online lessons. And those who lack IT skill have to learn from their colleagues to meet the needs of online teaching in time of the pandemic. To give online lessons, the devices, the apps, or IT skills of the teachers are not all. You know, it also requires of teachers a lot of time. So the teacher found difficulty in lesson preparation with time consuming. And they found time consuming in finding resources, in preparing PowerPoint, in finding ways to make the lesson more interactive or more interesting. And some teachers or many teachers had to make double preparation, one for online lessons and one for home learning packages for those who couldn't participate in online classes. And let's come to the online classes. Different from traditional classroom teaching, with online teaching, the teachers found that there was little chance to interact between the teachers and the student. 55.9% of the teachers found this figure. Around 6.9% of teachers said that there was no interaction between the teachers and students in online classes. Whereas we have around 17% agree that there was still interaction between the teachers and the student via Zoom or some other platform. So how about student and student interaction in online classes? 69% of the teachers found that there was a little chance to interact with each other among the students. And 19% of the teachers said that there was no chance for the student to interact with each other at all, whereas we have about 11% of the teachers said that there was still interaction between students and students in online classes. Little interaction between teachers and students in online classes. How often do students ask questions during online or distance learning? The survey indicates that students sometimes or seldom, even never ask questions to the teachers rather than always or usually ask questions. Why so? For this, we have found some reasons as follows. Because, online classes have limited time, so the teachers had to save less time for students to ask questions. And some students ask questions via chatting or texting messaging, while others ignore asking the question what was not understood. And because some students had no laptops or computers or smartphones to attend online classes, so they had no chance to ask questions to the teachers. Only 1.5% of teachers said that it's very easy to assess students' learning via distance or online learning, whereas the rest found that it was somehow difficult or even very difficult to assess the students' learning. After a few months of teaching online, the teachers agree that it is not a very clear picture of the depth of understanding of their students. Some parents actually help their children with the assignments given by the teachers. So it was really, really hard for the teachers to assess students' understanding and performance, especially for the very young children in primary school. And quite enough assignments very late, and even they would not submit the assignment at all. Therefore, the teachers found different levels of understanding from students. 55% of the teachers said the student could understand around from 60 to 70% of the lessons, whereas 40% of the teachers said that the student could understand the lesson less than 50%. And we have a 4.8% of the teachers said that the student could understand 80% of the lesson or a little bit more. Due to the unexpected output of students' learning, teachers found they needed to give some revision to the students after school reopening. However, all of them didn't give the same amount of revision. More than 90% of teachers will give revisions when school is reopened, and the rest, around 6% of the teachers said that they will give no revision because they could find that their students could understand the lesson more than 80% of the lesson, so no need to revise. In general, teachers assess student performance very differently. 65% of the teachers said that students' performance through online learning was lower than traditional classroom teaching. And 23% of the teachers said that, it's more or less the same to compare the student performance in online classes with traditional classes. And we have 11.3% of the teachers said that student performance was better than in online classes compared to traditional classes. Dear teachers, in context of getting access to distance or online teaching as a new approach, many teachers often compare this new way with traditional classroom teaching. 94.2% of the teachers agree that teaching in classroom is still the best option to teach anyway. Online teaching is the immediate solution. When applying this new way of teaching, teachers have found some pros and cons, and now I'd like to tell you the pros first. The teacher found that online teaching can keep children's learning uninterrupted when school closed due to the pandemic, and it was easily carried out with the device support by the smartphones, laptops, TV, PCs, via some apps such as Zoom, Microsoft Teams, Google Classroom, etc. And teaching resources can be easily found on YouTube or on the internet, and they can find that their IT skills have been improved a lot. And they think that students can repeatedly view the lessons on the parts that they couldn't understand when they have a time. And some parents even can also view the lesson and have the children understand better. And the schedule for the teaching can be very flexible. Online learning or distance learning will have the student learn to discipline themselves and become independent learners. And what are the cons they can find? They found that teaching online was difficult, really difficult for those who had no access to internet, either students or teachers. Not all the teachers had the supporting devices such as smartphones, laptops, or PC, so the teachers have made double preparations. You know, they have to prepare online classes, lessons, and home learning packaging as well. And there was a very little support from the parents, and you know, this is very important for the very young children, especially in the primary education. You know, some of the parents even didn't come to collect the home learning packages from school for their children. And when they come home from work, they didn't instruct the children at home so that they could understand the lesson better. And the teacher found that they really needed a lot of time in finding the resources, in finding the ways to make the lesson interactive and more interesting. They need a lot of time in preparing the lesson plan because the students were very easily distracted by their home environments or by other applications on the gadgets. It means they could play games with the smartphones while joining the classes because the teachers couldn't control everything what they did in online classes. And they found that it was really difficult for them to conduct practical activity, especially for science teachers. When the science teacher wanted the student to do some experiments, it's almost impossible. And they found that there was less interaction between the teachers and the students, and even the student with the students in online classes. They have the difficulty in assessing students' learning for some reasons. And sometimes they felt tired with body aching and eyes constrained by sitting in front of the computers or laptops for long hours.
So when schools were closed, I set up an online class on Class Dojo for my subject, English Literacy, and for other subjects as well, such as Numeracy and Literacy Bahasa Melayu. But a number of my students did not have reliable access to technology, such as a stable internet connection, computers, and mobile phones. So they just had to learn by using their home learning pack and the English literacy materials I shared on the WhatsApp group that their parents are in. But as time goes by, more and more of my students and their parents signed up on Class Dojo. They eventually found a way to overcome their difficulties and become fully active in online learning in all 3 subjects. It was also time-consuming for me to produce resources online for online lessons at first, but with time, I learned to make it doable.
The challenges that I face personally, is that when it comes to online learning, yes, it's good, it's efficient, but here we're quite worried about attendance. Like most of my online classes, I don't get 100% attendance during the lesson that we're supposed to have online. But that's okay because students who miss the lesson will be able to catch up at their own time. Plus, another challenge for online lessons would be the fact that I, as a teacher, am not in control of how the students focus for that lesson. So basically, yeah, I think that's generally most of the challenges. Oh, one more thing, the waiting game when it comes to online lessons. I just don't like to wait too much, to wait too long.
Okay, especially during the COVID times, one of the major challenges is that some students who doesn't have internet at home, it's very difficult to get the work through to them. So in a way, what I did was I gave them hard copy works so that they can do it and just send voice calls, voice messages and video taping to the children. Because I teach lower primary, and as I mentioned that we need the interaction, it's very difficult to do online learning interaction with them because they get distracted and then the connection is not that good. So that's one of the challenges.
As the challenges that we will face during online teaching is that for online teaching, sometimes there will be problem with internet connection. I think that's what most of us are facing. So actually that's the problem that we will face.
Talking about challenges, I recall back during the first phase of online learning, I recall the teachers were trying their best to master to learn about this variety of learning app like Socrates, Class Dojo, Google Classroom, and Microsoft Teams, and etc. We were trying our best to master this app so that we are able to explain to our parents and to the kids so that the parents can also help their kids to use this app at home. And we did our best. It was a process of trial and error, honestly. But regardless, we still managed to find the best app to use with our students. Another challenge that I faced also was the number of students that do not have access to internet, and also the number of students that do not have the device to perform online learning at home. But despite this situation, the teachers actually prepared HLP for the students to do on their own at home. But should they need some advices or guidance, extra help from the teacher, they can actually contact their teacher privately via WhatsApp.
The challenges I have faced is, the first, sometimes the internet is not good, so I have to wait for my student too long to start the lesson. The second is, the primary students are too small to solve the problems concerning to laptops and the internet themselves, so they still need their parents' help. The third is, some of my students turn off the cameras and do other things during the lesson because I cannot observe them directly. The last is, the assessment on students' understanding is just about 70%. That's all about my challenges. To check on my students' understanding on the lesson taught through online teaching, I design exercise on VOA and have them play the KMUTT game. And if my students don't understand the lesson, I explain them right after the finishing lesson face-to-face through Zoom, or sometimes I send the explanation through Zalo.
During coronavirus disease, we usually have online lesson for students. However, it's difficult to check students' understanding after the lesson. Here are some reasons. Firstly, the internet poor connection. Secondly, they have no full student attendance. Thirdly, some students don't have themselves disciplined. They don't concentrate on the online lesson. And the last one is the teacher can't control what students doing behind the screen. To solve this problem, I usually ask students tell a message to me what they don't understand or they can't follow during the lesson, and I will explain for them in the next lesson.
Since I'm teaching year 2 kids who are between 7 to 8 years old, I prefer traditional classroom teaching. Traditional classes are more suitable because these kids are quite young. Being in a class helps them interact with other kids their age, be better disciplined, follow a regular schedule, and be mentally alert. This way, I get to know them better, so it's easy for me to see and evaluate their strengths and weaknesses, and they can also directly tell me their opinion on certain things. When they ask me questions, I can answer them right away.
When it comes to online classes or traditional classroom-based lessons, I prefer a mixture of both because I think when it comes to online learning, it helps me to be more efficient when it comes to providing students with the right concepts needed for my lessons. But I also need traditional based lessons so that I can see how well students are able to apply the concepts that they've learned.
In terms of preference, I think it would be better if it's a combination of both, because whatever you're missing in traditional class, you can get it through to the students to online learning. Because traditional is where you can really assess in terms of observation, formal assessment, informal assessment also, you can do that, and then you can have interaction with them. Since I'm teaching lower primary, the interaction is very vital because our main objective by the end is for them to be speaking well in English, especially for PRA. And then with the online education, we can help them at home also, with less interaction, I guess. But the parents can help them together. So in a way, we get the we get the parents' involvement into their schoolwork.
I actually prefer traditional classroom teaching. So the reason being, I can observe the student expression right away and I can help them out right away as well. So as teachers, we normally look at the student And whenever we are teaching, we observe the expression. And let's say if we notice that there's something that they do not understand, then we will go slow with it, or we may explain again. So I prefer traditional teaching in that context.
As a teacher, I have always enjoyed a live and active form of participation from my students. So I would say I prefer traditional classroom learning. Yes. Okay.
At Leudong High School, for the gifted Da Nang City, students are allowed to study from home, but teachers have to be at school to deliver online lessons. Actually, there are both advantages and disadvantages of this online teaching approach. As regards the advantages, I personally hold that there are two main points. Firstly, when teachers teach online in the classroom, they have to follow a tight schedule arranged by the school's principal, which guarantees the smooth flow among different subjects. Secondly, students might feel that even though they are learning at school, they are still under the close supervision from their teachers and the school authority. Hence, they are likely to have a more positive learning attitudes. However, I think teachers and learners face certain drawbacks of online lessons. First and foremost, lacking face-to-face interaction makes it really difficult to achieve the desired outcomes. Another downside is that they entirely rely on the quality of the internet connection to get their points across. Above are some of my ideas. I do hope that we will be back to school and things will return to normal very soon.
Online teaching for me is flexible. The lessons that I share online will always be there. The quizzes I make using WordWall can easily be done and be revisited whenever they want to. My students enjoy it because the quizzes make them feel like they're playing a game. Having an online classroom makes it easy for me to keep track of students' work because they submit it online and I can refer to it whenever I need to, as long as I have internet access. Students who are usually very shy in class send me videos of their readings, drawings, and messages on Class Dojo. And I think online teaching could possibly become the norm. Okay, thank you for your time today. What is good about online teaching? I think what's good about online teaching, well, the students do not have to attend classes, obviously. They don't have to go to school to attend classes, so they have more time to spend at home. And with having the extra time to spend at home, apart from doing their HLP, they can actually spend this extra time to read, to explore themselves, to explore their way of learning, and also to simply have more time to digest the lesson on their own. Yes. Okay. So thank you for your time today. All right.
Do I think that it is good about online teaching? Yeah, I do think that sooner or later we will have to move towards online teaching, because one thing good about online teaching is that I can actually save the videos of my teaching, and then I can save it and upload it, and the students can get access to it again. So I think that that's a beautiful part. And also certain assessment can be done online, and it actually eases the work. So there are pros and cons in both, but overall I still prefer traditional teaching.
I think online teaching is good if you have upper primary students, but not for lower primary. But it is better as an extension for them from school, and then they can extend it at home. Yeah.
Okay, so that's it. Thank you for your time today.
Now, after we hear we listen to the opinions of the teachers on online teaching, and from the survey that we have collected and analyzed, I would like to come to the conclusion. Obviously, in time of the pandemic COVID-19, Distance or online teaching and learning is an important and essential way that helps students learning to be uninterrupted. And due to the first time to apply this way of teaching, teachers found it a challenge to make their teaching effective. And they can find that their IT skills have been improved a lot. Effective distance or online teaching requires not only teachers' efforts, but also student discipline and good studying motivation. And the teachers have to find out solutions to cope with the challenges, to make the challenges become opportunities to access to a new normal approach of education. And so that in the future, a blended method of traditional classroom teaching and online teaching to be probably a good option for future trends in education. And that's the end of our findings through the survey that I and Ms. Lim Song-o from Brunei, Jerusalem have made. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's very good. I think I got like 3 key takeaways from the conclusion. There's the uninterrupted education. Education cannot be stopped. Whatever pandemic we are in, it has to go uninterrupted. Another point is that I think this discipline. I think discipline is one key word. Students, teachers are at home. There's so many distractions. Discipline is one key thing, and of course the IT skills that everyone has to, learn, upgrade their skills. So we can't run away from it. So there are some really nice key takeaways from these sessions that we have just listened to. So thank you very much for the information that we have. Now let's go to the questions and answers. So we'll be happy to have questions. I myself have a lot of questions, but let's take questions from those who are listening. You can have type in your question in the chat box, and then we will have whatever language you type in, we can have our translators to give those questions to our speakers. Questions today. But we have quite a short amount of time, so let's go straight into the question. We got a question by Lito Adanza asking to Dr. Dilaka, what are the best strategy or approach that you utilize in order to bring substantial improvement?
เราได้รับคำถามมาค่อนข้างเยอะแต่มีเวลาสำหรับคำถามเดียวนะคะซึ่งเป็นคำถามดร.ธีรการคำถามก็คือเราควรจะใช้กลยุทธ์หรือแนวทางอย่างไรที่จะดีที่สุดเพื่อปรับปรุงผลการศึกษาค่ะ
Okay, well, from the studies that we have done over the last few years, the most important problem in the Thai education system, in our opinion, is that teacher and other resource allocations are highly inequitable. And it is extremely important in terms of the impact on student learning to correct this resource allocation, especially for the 20,000 small rural schools where they experience the biggest teacher shortage and where the majority of underprivileged students are found. Although not shown in the presentation, we have strong evidence which show that these disadvantaged schools have to rely on assistant teachers. So 40% of their teachers are assistant teachers. So these are mainly temporary teachers who have lower salary, lower qualification, and lower experience. And another concerning issue that arose from the PISA 2018 analysis is that Thai students reported a much weaker sense of belonging at school. They are also bullied more, and they report lower parental emotional support. And these, as was shown in the presentation, have a direct relationship with the way students want to go to school or not. And as we saw in the presentation, the Thai students reported missing school, skipping school, much more than any other countries in the region, and much more than in the OECD.
ค่ะ ปัญหาที่เราพบก็คือครูและทรัพยากรเนี่ยนะคะไม่ได้มีการกระจายอย่างเสมอภาคกันในประเทศไทยค่ะซึ่งมีผลอย่างมากต่อการศึกษาจากผลการวิเคราะห์ของเราเนี่ยนะคะโรงเรียนที่อยู่ต่างจังหวัดเนี่ยเป็นโรงเรียนที่เด็กส่วนใหญ่เนี่ยมาจากครอบครัวที่ยากจนแต่เป็นเด็กที่อยู่ในโรงเรียนที่ขาดแคลนทั้งครูและขาดแคลนคุณทรัพย์ในโรงเรียน 20,000 แห่งที่เราได้วิเคราะห์เนี่ยนะคะเป็นโรงเรียนขนาดเล็กในต่างจังหวัดนะปรากฏว่า 40% เป็นครูผู้ช่วยซึ่งทำหน้าที่ชั่วคราวแล้วก็ไม่ได้ทำงานมีตำแหน่งประจำแล้วก็นอกเหนือจากนั้นคุณครูเหล่านี้ที่เป็นคุณครูผู้ช่วยก็มีคุณสมบัติที่ไม่เหมาะสมค่ะอีกประเด็นหนึ่งก็คือจากการวิเคราะห์พิซซ่าประจำปี 2018 ของเราเนี่ยก็พบว่าเด็กนักเรียนในต่างจังหวัดเนี่ยมีความรู้สึกเป็นเจ้าของโรงเรียนน้อยกว่าที่อื่นแล้วก็นอกเหนือจากนั้นเนี่ยเด็กเราเนี่ยก็เป็นเด็กที่มากกว่าที่อื่นรวมทั้งได้รับการสนับสนุนจากผู้ปกครองน้อยกว่าที่อื่นนะซึ่งเป็นผลให้อัตราการขาดเรียนของเด็กไทยเนี่ยนะคะมีอัตราสูงมากสูงที่สุดในเอเชียตะวันออกเฉียงใต้รวมทั้งสูงที่สุดในประเทศต่างๆในกลุ่ม OECD ค่ะ
Thank you for the response. That sounds quite alarming again. Well, it is unfortunate that we have really run out of time. The next session will begin in a few minutes. So for the questions that we have, and quite a number of questions or comments on our chat underneath the video, what we will try and do is we'll answer to those questions and comments, and then we'll post them again on our website at a later date. So please do come back to our website to check those responses to the answers. So now I'd like to thank all our speakers for your time and to be with us today. Thank you very much.
It's very interesting to see that the COVID-19 pandemic indeed does have an effect on students' achievement, and also it affects the education field directly. Social distancing and not being able to get the knowledge that they are required from time to time due to the lockdown. But anyways, it's necessary. Now, moving on, ladies and gentlemen, that was really interesting Plenary Session 6. Now we will have the simultaneous show and share Session 6, 7, and 8 as well. It will be doing it at the same time, and these are the topics. The first one is Mr. Rudy Hayati from Indonesia. He's a computer teacher who uses IT to bring excitement to the classroom. The next one is by Dr. Sadad Minadang from Philippines, a teacher who creates a push knowledge cart and wheels to use it for the poor communities. And next is by Miss K.A. Rahia from Malaysia, a special education teacher who helps students with special needs build their confidence and function in the society. So a really interesting topic, one which is about IT, the other one is about innovation, and the other one is about using services for students with special needs. It should be a really interesting topic, all three of them. They are the show and share session 6, 7, and 8. Please choose the one you prefer, whether it's IT, innovation, and also service for the special needs. So please enjoy it and remain for the Q&A after the show and share session. Thank you.
Today, Jakarta has gone through the struggling for the independence that was 74 years ago. On the road, on the street, you will see the flags that decorated for the people to remind them about those days. Indonesia is the number 4 in terms of population. The natural resources, natural gas, these are giving Indonesia advantages, and with the expectation that not more than 20 years from now, Indonesia will be one of the 4 economic power of the world. In the past, they had invested in the foundation about the industry, but in terms of human capital, it's still a challenge for the Indonesia. One of the expectations that in the year 2030, they would like to increase the manpower of more than 50 million people to go to the economic sector. But how can they succeed in doing so? The answer is school. We started our journey from Jakarta to Cimahi, next to Bandung, in Western Java. That is the number 4 in terms of economic hub. Just 160 kilometers, but with the traffic, the journey took almost 5 hours. This vocational school for the Cimahi 1 is under renovation in order to accommodate more enrollment. According to the policy, to go to the vocational school, more than 70% of the students. Normally, the vocational school that we call the SMK, they spend 3 years, but over here they have the SMK Plus, that is a 4-year curriculum in industry and also in technology. Teacher Rudy Haryadi, he teaches technology as a career. He will give the challenges, questions to the students. These students are about to build the internet connection between the network and also the canteen. The peppermint model, this is designed by teacher Rudy from the PEP, PERM, and INT in order to give the students step-by-step in creating the work. He assigned the questions to the students to set up the internet network, and the students have to think about how to do it by themselves. They have to do as in real world. That is the target of teacher Rudy. So the students work very hard on that.
I would be the network engineer.
This particular student said that teacher would like him to be the network engineer.
Strategy for how my students learn.
Teacher Rudy said that the way to let the students learn is teacher needs to know first what they want to learn. If they lack of inspiration, then we go and talk to them, stimulate them, encourage them to learn.
Another student cannot eat.
With dedication, creativity, and happiness in changing lives for a betterment of their students, teacher Rudy is well recognized in order to build up the new generations of the people. And this year, teacher Rudy and his other friends from the other ASEAN countries, 10 of them, had been selected as the Java Mahachakri awardees.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back again to the show and share session. And now we will proceed to meet another PMCA recipient from 2019. And this time is Mr. Rudy Haryadi from Indonesia. I'm Sari Suharyo. I'm very pleased to be a moderator today for Mr. Rudy. Let me introduce Mr. Rudy a little bit. He is the teacher of the vocational school of Cimahi 1 from West Java. West Java is in the Java Island. His education actually from the electrical engineering from the Jenderal Ahmad Yani University and Master in Vocational Technology Education, including the certificate of teaching. So is that give him a suitable background as a teacher in wireless technology, networking security at the Vocational School of Cimahi 1 West Java. His strong teaching passion has encouraged him to attend many training courses in a wide range of subjects such as science, computer, and pedagogy in teaching vocational students. Furthermore, he is able to articulate knowledge based on IT into the pedagogical development, competency-based learning, and evaluation, as well as capacity building for teachers. And he's been teaching for 15 years. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, let us meet with the Mr. Rudy, and I will greet Mr. Rudy a little bit, and then he will explain what he have been doing. Hello, Mr. Rudy.
Good afternoon, Kun Rudy.
Halo.
How are you? I'm very happy.
Yes. So I would invite Mr. Rudy to explain the presentation of his method of teaching, which is called peppermint. Ya Pak, baik. Mungkin Bapak
Can
bisa
you please explain to us what you have been doing and how you teach at your school? Thank you very much for the time that you have allocated to me. I would like to explain that peppermint is a way to teach which I use at the school.
Para siswa tentunya memiliki
in order to learn at the school, students have a goal in learning, and in the process of learning, they also have goals according to the curriculum and according to their needs. And apart from that, the school children, they also have the intention to achieve that goal. For example, primary school students, some of them might have the dream to be a soldier, and some of them might want to be a pilot. As for vocational school students, every day they would exercise skills in order to become professionals, for example, in the area of electronics, to become electronics engineer in the future. And some might want to practice with machines because they have the dream to be machine operators. Therefore, the process of learning that they need is to have a bridge to fulfill their goals. Therefore, in this case, the learning process is expected to allow the school children to adapt themselves to the application of the content of their study. From the start, the school children know that they have to use how to use the learning materials to put into practice.
Pembelajaran yang menyambungkan antara materi belajar,
the teaching and learning process which should be linked with the real world is called the contextual teaching learning. Sometimes this may be understood already by a lot of teachers. But the problem is how to apply the contextual teaching and learning to our life of today.
Certainly, we would need to have a good strategy to allow the learning to be not only at the level of learning or teaching, but to include also how it is to be adapted to the real world of today. And I have a strategy to use this contextual teaching learning. The first phase, which has to be done at the very beginning, is to present the implementation of learning materials as a reference in the learning process. Before starting to learn, all children have to know what is the benefit of learning this subject matter, and we call this phase plan. The second point is after having used materials for teaching and learning, we would need to conduct the scientific studies of the learning materials, and we call this phase explore. The third phase should present how to put the learning into practice. The aim of this phase is to allow the school children to understand and to avoid any misunderstanding. The practice will allow the children to understand thoroughly the benefit of what they've learned. All activities and all learning materials in practice should allow the children to have the correct understanding of what is being learned. And the fourth phase is while studying, we have to show the efficiency of what children have learned, which is to be put into practice. This is what we call the phase of perform. The fifth phase, in learning, the children have to try and find themselves what is the main essence of what is being studied. And the rest of this fifth phase will consist of an evaluation of the teacher concerning the student, and we call this phase inquiry. The sixth phase, after we have undertaken all the phases of the study and the children understand the aim of the study, the children will need to reflect on the learning process and materials so that next time they would be able to study better.
Serta akan didapatkan dampak yang baik dari pembelajaran yang telah dilakukan.
The children should be able to use the content of what has been learned and to put it to use in the future.
Pada saat sekarang, para siswa itu ada pada generasi.
At present, most of the children are Z generation children. Most of them who are still in primary education are in the generation Alpha. And children from this generation understand very well the use of IT materials or equipment. And therefore, it is necessary to make use of IT technology in the learning process.
Maupun hadir sebagai objek pembelajaran. Sehingga Tahapan ini mulai dari plan, explore, practice, perform, inquiry, reflect,
And therefore, all the phases
ini kami sampaikan sebagai strategi
of this contextual teaching and learning should be in the form of a strategy for learning.
Tentunya perlu adanya fokus proses.
In learning, it is certain that we would have stressed the process, and this should be the aim of the evaluation. During the phase of planning, the aim of learning is to have real activities or to proceed in practice according to what is being studied or the content being studied. The children will need to follow according to the outline of the study, and during the phase of exploring, the main aim of the study is to understand scientifically the content of what is being studied. The study or the learning content has to be derived from a good source, a reliable source, or a correct source.
Menjadi fokus dari penilaian proses pembelajaran ini adalah pembuktian secara keterampilan.
Apart from that, during the phase of practice, the use of the evaluation of the study, we have to prove the results of the skills which the children have learned during the phase of exploring. During the phase of perform, we have to stress the presentation of what has been learned during the first phases. And after that, during the explore phase, we have to study the content of what is being studied, and during practice, the content of what is being studied has to be put into practice. During the phase of perform, the children have to prove that they understand what is being learned and they have mastered the skills and show the evidence of their competence in learning. What we need to stress during the phase of inquiry, that the inquiry process would consist of the presentation of the result that the students have derived from what they had learned and how it's to be used in real life. During the phase of reflect, we have to evaluate the knowledge the children have gained and the impact of what the children have learned on the outcome of the students' future. The stress of the phase memorizing by using the internet is to optimize the ICT as a learning tool, including the literacy and what has been learned according to the most appropriate way and means. I would like to talk about an example of what I have taught the students, which consists of a course on plan a computer network. And the computer network consists of computers which are linked to each other and allow access to information through the internet or other networks.
Sebelum itu diimplementasikan, maka perlu adanya perencanaan.
Before
starting, we need to plan in the real world or the real working world. We have to understand the computer network, and the computer network is necessary for all operations. In our own school, we also learn about how to plan a computer network, and to develop a computer network, if we need to use the model of peppermint, we would use this plan. All the phases to plan will follow this, starting by planning, exploring, practicing, performing, inquiring, reflecting, and memorizing the use of internet. In the first process, we need to understand the plan developed by the children. And the second point is to develop the learning outcome or the result of what has been learned, which will be important for the students to report, to be able to have their learning process evaluated by their teachers. In the phase of planning, for example, if we have planned how to develop a scenario, and the scenario has to be very close to a real-world situation, and the scenario will have to be put into use throughout the phase of learning. And students will need to develop a computer network for a cafe with about 100 users or 100 consumers. After that, the teacher will ask the students to present a report in the form of a physical design and to use the application for the internet cafe. And the teacher will have to ask the students, what is your plan? And has the plan been drawn? And what is the plan? How is the plan to be used in the internet cafe? So before using it, the students will have to understand, what can I do after having learned this? How can I put my knowledge into practice? So the children will then get to know whether they have mastered the knowledge for developing a computer network. After exploring, the students will have to study regarding the knowledge or the manuals or existing information, scientific or technological information, as well as the topology and application for an internet cafe. Then the teachers will have the children or the students practice drawing topology. Drawing the topology according to the literature references. Topology consists of a design of a computer to be linked with another computer. That is to determine how the computers are to be linked. In practice, the students will have to draw up the topology according to what they have learned from the phase of the survey. During this phase, the teacher will teach regarding how to draw the topology. After that, the student will have to practice and to understand how best to draw a topology. The next phase is to perform During this phase, the students will transfer the result of the tolerability or the plan once it's applied to the real world. And the teachers will be able to evaluate the result of the topology where it's been drawn, as well as the materials and ways and means which are to be used with the computer. During the phase of the inquiry, the students will summarize what they have learned in the planning report.
Serta guru memandu para siswa untuk mendapatkan nilai atau skor.
And the teachers will also recommend the students to conclude and also will give them a grade for their learning.
Siswa bersama-sama dengan guru melakukan evaluasi proses belajar.
During the phase of reflection, the students will work together with the teacher to evaluate the learning process to enable the learning process in future to be improved. Apart from that, there will be a feedback regarding what the students have learned, and the students also should be certain that they have learned practically from this exercise and that they would be able to use this in future.
Memorizing using internet, guru dan siswa sama-sama mengoptimalkan perangkat teknologi informasi, baik itu dalam proses pembelajaran.
During the phase of using the internet, both the teacher and the students will have to learn how to use the IT equipment and other technologies for learning, so as to be able to maximize benefit from the learning management system and to use columns to determine what has been learned or the result of learning. This is what is being used in my school. And this evaluation form has been used for evaluating the planning phase, and the school and the students will have to fill in this form according to the subject or matters that they have studied, and also to provide a feedback on what they have obtained from studying these points. They also will have to write whether they have to develop a situation in practice or in reality, and also they have to present the result of their studies in theory and in practice. During the phase performed, they will have to comply with the instructions, and during the phase of inquiry and reflect, they will have to assess at the same time as the teachers in order to increase the efficiency of the IT. We have to use this learning process. For example, in learning about a computer network, the process will have to be presented here. And during the planning phase, we'll have to submit the sources of references for the children to learn from, so as to be able to understand and to make use of the knowledge in practice. For example, to understand this video, this is an easy way to develop a network topology. After that, the students will be able to develop a model situation, and during the phase of explore, the teacher will propose sources of learning to the students, and the students will be able to learn from the sources as given by the teacher. And in practice, the students will be able to do the exercises proposed by the teacher. After that, the result of that study will be sent here in this column. A part of that, there will be columns to be filled with the learning result. Yes, it will be like this, Kun Sari.
Seperti itu, Miss Sari.
The use of the ICT tools will be used to the maximum in this case.
Okay. Ya, Pak. Siap.
Seperti itu.
Yeah. So I would like to ask you a question about lesson learned from the implementation of your techniques. Is there any pros or cons, or is there any feedback from the one that implement your techniques, either your friends, your teacher, friends in the school, or from the students? Is there any feedback, or is there any comment from them about the implementation of your techniques? Could you please explain?
Untuk feedback dari siswa,
the feedback that I have received from the students feel that by learning according to this method is improved than other methods, because by learning through this method, they will learn how everything works in real life. They feel that these tools are very beneficial. As for the other teachers, they also find this method very beneficial because it's easy to communicate between the teachers and the students through this method, and the learning method is facilitated therefore. And in order to prove that this system is appropriate, I might have to invite the participants here to use this method as well. Teachers who would like to try and use this method, you can develop this framework or this form on which it has to be indicated regarding the content, the objective of learning, the application of the content to be learned. And this is in the phase of planning. And the learning theory, what does it consist of? And then also to be put in practice, what the students need to do. You need to give them a list of websites or learning resources. Apart from that, we have to indicate what is the result of learning to be achieved. The teachers, what is the method used by the teachers to have access to this
method, I have developed a web link according to http://pmca3-id. And there you can see the details of this learning method or teaching method. After having filled this form, the teachers will be ready to study according to this model. I would like to invite a teacher to explain. Or to tell us about how it has been after he has used this method, after you have used this KMUTT's method. What has been the results? I can give you 3 minutes. I've been using this model developed by Rudy Haryadi. One of the 6 points I've been using, I teach in the technical and computer engineering field and under the topic of, for example, of web server. In order to plan, I will give them information regarding the materials or the content necessary to develop a web server. And here we will have a video relating to the technique of developing a web server. After the students have studied regarding the web server, the students will develop a scenario and develop the web server. The result will be that the various situations will be compiled here, and we will use the MLS system. And in the LMS system, we will have an activity completion, and therefore the activities undertaken prior to this period, it has to be completed before. For example, we have to terminate the phase of survey and explore, and then we have to develop a scenario first, and to be followed by the third activity, where the students will have to fill a column or a rubric. In this rubric, this will consist of the activities to be described by the students. And after having described what has been done in practice, the students will have to submit a written report. And after having compiled the report during the inquiry phase, the students will have to undertake a test according to the documents received in the various activities prior to this phase. And before that, the students will have to evaluate their experience, whether the experience is positive or not, and the benefits they have gained, or whatever they think they would like to comment here. And this is all for me. And I would like to thank Rudy very much. Thank you once again, Rudy, for sharing your experience and your teaching technique with the peppermint model. I don't know whether now you have anything to add to what you have already presented. I would like to thank you, Kunsari. The
learning process to be provided to the students has to be adapted to the needs or the desire or the motivation of the students themselves. The students have a desire to learn, and the teachers will have to respond to that desire of the students. So the students should be able to achieve their goals, and therefore teachers will need to help their students achieve their goals.
Terima kasih sekali Bapak, luar biasa. So ladies and gentlemen, now will be the question and answer session that you can leave your question at the chat box, and I will ask Mr. Rudy, and Mr. Rudy will answer your question. So the first question. Okay, so the first question will be from our audience from the Philippines. Okay, thank you. Question from Philippines. The question is, what would be the best alternative approach of or coping strategy for the peppermint model if the student has low internet connectivity? Because here in the Philippines, the internet service is very poor and deprives opportunity for growth to students, especially those underprivileged with ICT resource. So, Mr. Rudy, could you answer or explain to us how the best alternative for the places that has low internet connectivity in case of implementing your peppermint model?
คุณครูดี้คะคำถามจากทางบ้านนะคะเป็นประเด็นเกี่ยวกับเรื่องการเข้าถึงICT หรือไม่มีอินเทอร์เน็ตนะคะโดยเฉพาะสำหรับพวกที่ยากจนหรือไม่มีโอกาสเข้าถึง ICT คำถามก็คือว่าเราจะมีวิธีการอย่างไรที่จะนำโมเดลเนี่ยนะคะทางเลือกของนำระบบ Peppermint มาใช้โดยเฉพาะในกรณีของฟิลิปปินส์เนี่ยค่ะการเข้าถึงเนี่ยยากมากเลยนะคะจะมีวิธีอย่างไรที่จะสามารถนำ Peppermint Model มาใช้ได้
Ya, Bapak Rudi, pertanyaan pertama adalah dari Filipina. Pertanyaannya adalah bagaimana cara atau alternatif terbaik dalam pendekatan untuk menerapkan peppermint model ini di tempat-tempat di mana koneksi internet itu kurang baik. Karena di Filipina itu di beberapa tempat servis internet masih kurang baik sehingga anak-anak tidak bisa mengakses internet dengan baik, oleh karena itu tidak juga bisa mengakses sumber daya ICT dengan baik. Bagaimana caranya mengatasi hal tersebut?
Terima kasih yang diberikan, Misari dan semuanya. Itu dibentuk atas dua komponen. Yang pertama, komponen pertama dalam model Peppermint adalah tahap pelajaran secara pedagogis yang terdiri atas tahapan plan, explore, practice, perform, inquiry, dan reflect. Tahapan ini dari awal sampai akhir harus tetap agar memenuhi prasyarat pembelajaran teaching learning yang kontekstual. Yang kedua, komponen kedua adalah penggunaan ICT dalam pembelajaran. Penggunaan ICT dalam pembelajaran ini tentunya melulu tentang koneksi internet, tapi ada solusi-solusi yang lainnya. Hal ini juga berdampak apabila pada lokasi Anda terdapat teknis yang berkaitan dengan koneksi untuk akses internet. Sehingga Di sini saya menyampaikan 2 solusi untuk Anda.
ค่ะก็สำหรับ Peppermint Model นะคะมันจะมีอยู่2ส่วนด้วยกันนะคะ2ส่วนหลักๆก็คือส่วนแรกจะเป็นส่วนที่จะต้องมีในทุกการใช้ระบบ Peppermint นี้นะคะก็คือขั้นตอนแรกคือการวางแผนหรือ plan นะคะแล้วก็ขั้นตอนของ explore ก็คือการค้นหาข้อมูลแล้วก็ practice คือการปฏิบัติการแล้วก็ inquiry คือการให้คะแนนแล้วก็reflex คือการประเมินนะคะส่วน5ส่วนนี้จะต้องมีในกระบวนการเรียนรู้ในการใช้วิธีการของ Peppermint ส่วนอีกส่วนหนึ่งจะเป็นส่วนที่ใช้เป็นตัวเสริมนะคะก็คือการใช้ ICT ในการเรียนรู้ซึ่งตรงนี้ถ้าหากว่า ICT ไม่มีหรืออินเทอร์เน็ตไม่สามารถที่จะเข้าได้ง่ายนั้นก็จะมีการแก้ปัญหาอยู่2แบบด้วยกันค่ะ
There are two components altogether, or the two alternatives in how one would apply the peppermint model. Is that the process is the first part is you plan and then you explore and then you put it into practice and perform. And then you inquire. And the inquiry is more like a rating, and then you reflect. This first component, it can be done even without the ICT. So it's a first component is a necessary component. The second component of ICT, it's more like a value added. So if you don't have ICT access to ICT, or it's difficult, then this is just a part of a value added part.
Solusi yang saya sampaikan itu ada 2. Yang pertama, jika guru atau sekolah tetap ingin menggunakan pendekatan ICT, tetapi Anda memiliki kendala terhadap akses internet, maka guru dapat dan inovasi dengan menggunakan konten pembelajaran yang disimpan di sekolah sehingga siswa mengakses media atau sumber belajar secara lokal di sekolah, tidak menggunakan internet. Itu yang pertama. Yang kedua, kita bisa kembali ke kertas, penggunaan kertas. Semua media pembelajaran, baik itu sumber belajar, baik itu rubrik-rubrik untuk penilaian, maupun media yang lainnya, itu kita kembali menggunakan kertas. Tapi tetap penggunaan kertas digunakan pada semua tahapan, mulai dari plan, explore, practice, perform, inquiry, dan reflect. Ini makna dari tahapan-tahapan pembelajaran kontekstual tersebut. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Bapak. ทางออกหรือว่าการแนวทางแก้ไขนะคะที่เสนอโดยอาจารย์รูดี้มีอยู่2แบบนะคะก็คืออย่างแรกก็คือถ้าสมมุติว่าการเชื่อมต่อของอินเทอร์เน็ตนั้นสามารถทำได้ยากนั้นนะคะก็จะครูจะต้องให้นักเรียนใช้ข้อมูลที่มีอยู่ในโรงเรียนที่เก็บไว้ไม่ว่าจะในรูปแบบของวิดีทัศน์หรืออะไรก็ได้ที่เก็บไว้ในโรงเรียนฉะนั้นเด็กๆสามารถที่จะนำนะคะเนื้อหาเหล่านี้ที่เก็บไว้ในโรงเรียนเอามาเรียนรู้ได้นะคะอย่างที่2ก็คือกลับไปใช้กระดาษก็คือว่าไม่ว่าจะเป็นขั้นตอนทุกขั้นตอนที่อธิบายข้างต้นนะคะตั้งแต่เริ่มการวางแผนจนถึงการประเมินนั้นก็คือใช้กระดาษนะคะก็คือหรือว่าจะเป็นข้อมูลหนังสือทุกอย่างที่สามารถที่จะใช้ในการทำระบบ Peppermint นี้นะคะกลับไปใช้กระดาษเหมือนเดิมรวมถึงการประเมินการให้คะแนนทุกอย่างจะใช้กระดาษเหมือนเดิมค่ะอันนี้ก็สามารถทำได้เช่นกันค่ะ
In addressing the challenges of the difficulty in accessing to ICT, there are two ways or two alternatives that we can apply. So one is use existing visual aid, whatever we have in school already, for example, whether it's visual aids, whether it's video. And secondly, we use papers, recording of information, or books. So the five procedure, or like what we say, plan, explore, practice, perform, it still can be done, or inquiry, or giving rating, we can do it, or we can put it in papers. So these are the two alternatives in addressing the challenges in lacking ICT or difficulty in accessing to ICT.
Okay, so let we move to the second question, also from the audience. The question is how to motivate the student to have their dream job. This short question, so please answer.
คำถามที่สองนะคะคุณรูดี้เราจะสร้างแรงบันดาลใจให้เด็กได้ยังไงคะโดยเฉพาะให้เขาสามารถไปถึงอาชีพที่เขาใฝ่ฝันนะคะการยังไงสร้างแรงจูงใจสร้างแรงบันดาลใจ
Pertanyaan yang kedua, Bapak, bagaimana cara Bapak memotivasi para siswa untuk memiliki sebuah cita-cita, Pak?
Terima kasih atas pertanyaan yang diberikan. Guru maupun di sekolah itu harus menjadi sosok yang dapat memotivasi siswa, terutama di dalam proses belajar untuk mengejar cita-citanya. Oleh guru dalam memotivasi cita-cita siswa, yang pertama adalah guru harus mengetahui hobi dan kesenangan dari para siswa. Pelajaran itu apa?
Oke. อย่างแรกนะคะครูจะต้องมีบทบาทในการสร้างแรงบันดาลใจให้กับเด็กๆอยู่แล้วนะคะวิธีการแรกก็อาจจะต้องทราบว่าเด็กๆนั้นมีความชอบมีความถนัดดังด้านใดบ้างฉะนั้นครูจะสามารถแนะนำทางที่เหมาะกับความชอบและความถนัดของเด็กๆนั้นได้ค่ะอันนี้อย่างแรกค่ะ
Firstly, the teacher need to know their students' talent and what are they capable of. So and to be able to guide them or assist them in addressing or helping their talent.
Yeah. Hal kedua yang dapat dilakukan oleh guru di dalam memotivasi siswa untuk mengejar cita-citanya adalah guru harus menyajikan dunia implementasi atau tokoh yang dapat disenangi oleh para siswa di dalam proses pembelajaran. Hal ini dimaksudkan agar siswa dapat mengambil manfaat dan hal-hal baik dari tokoh tersebut. Sehingga ini akan memunculkan motivasi-motivasi di dalam pembelajaran agar ikuti jejak sukses tokoh tersebut. Terima kasih, Bu Sari.
terima kasih Pakก็คือว่าอันอย่างที่สองนะคะก็คือครูจะต้องสามารถที่จะนำเสนอบุคคลที่เป็นที่รู้จักหรือว่าบุคคลที่น่าสนใจนะคะสำหรับเด็กๆซึ่งสามารถจะเป็นตัวอย่างในการสร้างแรงบันดาลใจให้เขาว่ามีคนที่ประสบความสำเร็จอย่างไรบ้างแล้วก็เขาประสบความสำเร็จนั้นมีวิธีการอย่างไรแล้วก็จะได้เป็นตัวอย่างและก็สร้างแรงบันดาลใจให้เขาสามารถเป็นอย่างที่บุคคลนั้นเป็นค่ะ
Secondly, in building motivation for their children to have their dream job, is to find example or idols that has achieved in life. So, and then knowing how the way that they are able to succeed in life, so then the children or the student can follow.
Oke, terima kasih Bapak. Mungkin waktunya juga sudah mau habis ya. So maybe time is already up for us today. So I would like to say thank you, Mr. Rudy, for sharing such a interesting experience and very fruitful knowledge from your implementing of peppermint models that you created. And also thank you for the participants who joined us today. And once again, thank you, Mr. Rudy, for your time. And thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Indeed, it has been a really exciting day, an amazing day of the third Princess Mahachakri Award Forum. But we are not done yet. Just then was the show and share session 6, 7 and 8, which was really great. They used innovation to make sure that people get what they need. They use technology and IT to keep the classroom interesting, and they also use care and compassion to help people with special needs. And that is really what makes teachers great, dedicating their creativity, their time, their energy, and putting their heart and soul into what they do. Because when dealing with people, when dealing with students, especially students who are growing up and want great occupation, great careers, great standard of life, great quality in their life, it's really important because it starts with the teachers as well, along with the parents. But they say that education leads to a good life, and the teachers are there to provide them with the right education, to provide them with fun. And schools can be really exciting if they make the classroom environment more friendly, more lively, more fun. Indeed, the COVID-19 pandemic has created an effect, and it has created social distancing, but kids, including teachers, see the benefit of going to schools now. Before, they would rather stay at home than going to the school, but with this pandemic, they see that they really miss school, they really miss their teachers, they really miss their friends. So I think that the COVID-19 pandemic has some benefits. You see the upside, but there's a lot of downside as well. Now, moving on to the final agenda of the 3rd Princess Mahachakri Forum Day 2. We are now up to the show and share number 9 and 10. Show share number 9 and 10 will be a comprised show and share simultaneously as the other previous ones, but this one is more of a workshop presentation because firstly, Mr. Mong Jai, who's from Myanmar, is an English teacher who sets good example for his students to learn English. So in this workshop, in this show and share, he will tell us why English is so important to kids in Myanmar, and it can benefit every kid in Southeast Asia, especially in the ASEAN community, since the language that is to be used in the ASEAN community is English. The next one is Miss Lourdes Rangel Consalves from Timor-Leste, a primary school teacher who uses fun teaching techniques to make students enjoy learning. So these are really two beneficial show and share stories and sessions and workshops that we need to know. Why is English so important? It is very important because it's a global language that you need to communicate, and Mr. Mongjai will explain more about it and how he elaborates why English is so important to his students in Myanmar. The next one is also very important because primary school kids are easily distracted. How can they make the classroom environment more fun so that kids want to go to school and they see that school is fun and it's a place that they want to learn new things? These are very important as well, as Ms. Lourdes Rangel Consalves from Timor-Leste will teach that. So two very interesting topics to finish up the 3rd Princess Mahachakri Award Forum. So ladies and gentlemen, if you're ready, please enjoy show and share session number 9 and number 10.
To create a peaceful society and democratic, and to have a country of middle income. This is the aim of the Myanmar government for within 11 years from now. But the two important points is to eliminate poverty and educational reform in line with the changes of the century. We traveled to Mandalay in the north by the Irrawaddy River to meet a teacher who is important in the area of educational reform in rural areas, from Mandalay, the former capital, going on the road number 3, and this allows us to reach the school, which is our destination. This school has 54 teachers teaching primary and secondary education, and there are school children from the town and from the neighboring villages. And the main aim of taking care of the children is quite heavy, but all the teachers try to allow changes to happen in their classes. And one of the teachers is Mom Jai, this 31-year-old gentleman once relies on the bright eyes of children to be motivated to teach them English. And this allows him to teach, stressing on the structure of the language, and it allows him to teach the children so that they are able to master English better and better year by year. All the children, they come from poor families, and in order to allow them to have better living conditions, he teaches them how to plant vegetables, and his intention to develop the quality of life of his school children has allowed him to be chosen by the Ministry of Education to receive the Princess Mahajakri Award of 2019 together with colleagues from 10 other ASEAN countries and Timor-Leste. For him, this award has motivated him to become a professional teacher and to continue to pursue with his dream to allow Myanmar children to shine on the global level. This award will help him to follow his dream and to improve the educational system of Myanmar. Honoring teachers is providing them with motivation, and it's very important. For example, those who will awardees from the Princess Mahajakri Award of this year, they are teachers in schools which are very far from the capital, and all these teachers, they will further enhance the teaching of other children, allowing other children to be served as examples of good teachers. This Princess Mahajakri Award will be act as an accelerator to improve the educational system in Myanmar to be up to the standard. Even though the road for the reform of rural areas in Myanmar to create quality population is difficult and filled with obstacles, but new generations like this teacher will never despair. He will continue to create change for his students untiringly.
English subject is very difficult for the children because we have to teach. So I motivate them with my artist performance. I need to learn more and more to keep abreast with the international level.
English international youth language.
My teacher is good. This kind eyes.
What is your teaching technique when you teach English? I notice in your classroom, the students enjoy when you teach a lot. They're active. What do you think they like you teach them?
English subject is very difficult for the children because we have to teach. I think every subject to be professional in every subject, especially in the main one. But our student has little exposure to English subject. So, for example, I have to teach in grade 11 about ASEAN, 10 countries, and Thailand, Myanmar, Malaysia, and etc. And I teach them there's condition of a nation, culture.
I notice some of them don't understand English well. How do you get them to practice?
I motivate them with my strong effort because the most of them are lazy and they start with the whole day and tired. So I motivate them with my artist performance.
How do you motivate them?
before I can speak well because I can speak. My sound is low, but my sound is not enough for the student because this song can motivate. So I speak my voice, and our classroom is large. Here 40 to 50. And before it is more than. It is more than.
So when you teach, you have to teach very hard and you find difficulties.
Yes.
How do you overcome all these problems?
I hold the motto these two weapons. To get is new knowledge, and we have to overcome that difficulty. And this idea pushed me to do the thing that made me struggle, made me difficult.
Now you are still very young.
Yes.
31 years old.
Yes.
You have family and you have a beautiful daughter.
Yes.
Where do you see yourself? What do you want to do 5 more years to go? In the future, 5 more years.
When I said PMC accreditation, I know I need to learn more and more to keep abreast with the international level. So I made up my mind to become a professional teacher, and I went to study. I want to study more and more if I have a chance.
If you want to tell other teachers, what do you tell them to be as good as you?
I do my work dutifully, and understand before I start my teaching profession, I obey the school rule, and I did the student with my mind. This class was low, so I managed the student to carry the wrong and ask to this field by myself.
To do this field?
Yes, this field.
So that's your product with your student?
Yes.
That's hard work.
Students are clever. They obey the teachers.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chawin Chantrasenawong. I'm the Deputy Manager for International Affairs for the Princess Mahachakri Award Foundation. I'm very pleased to be your host today for the Show and Share session number 9 with Mr. Mong Jai, our teacher, Princess Mahachakri Award recipient 2019 from Myanmar. So I'd like to give you some introduction to our speaker today. Mr. Mong Jai is a English language and agriculture teacher from the Basic Education High School from Patengi Township in Mandalay in Myanmar. So, and then for our listeners, if you have any questions you would like to ask our speaker, your Q&A session will begin after the presentation is over. So you can, meanwhile, you can leave your questions in the chat box if you would like to, and we will ask the speaker afterwards. So our teacher, our speaker, Mr. Mong Jai, so we'd like to ask you, what are your teaching techniques that you use in school to help your students learn?
As of now, Myanmar has been working on the educational system, learning management that focuses on them, only using a teacher-centered teaching method, where teaching skill and emphasizing student exam results. In order to this part, The present has changed by allowing students to learn by themselves, with teachers who promote using a student-centered approach.
From the self-learning that the students have to now undertake, are there any difficulties? Are there any challenges for the students in doing that?
In every change, no matter what, there will always be obstacles in the beginning. If we are afraid of obstacles, the change will not happen. Then the obstacles that arise, I see that the benefit are good to us. That's it. If we don't change, we won't get it. Change, and you can see that each child's the basic English language are not equal. Sometimes it was not expected, so have to be gradually a children to study. What I'm saying, this one is an obstacle in my classroom, not the whole country, but try to overcome this obstacle. To be honest, since the COVID epidemic, I have not yet started using the new formula very hard. But if the school opens, I believe we will go through this obstacle well.
So given that there are different levels of the students, some have resources, some do not have resources, some are learning well by themselves, some need help. How do you tackle this problem? Do you approach teaching different students with different techniques?
The fact that I have to come to teach and change difference in the basic English language. For example, for a student who is unable to reach a full line of paragraph, I split it up and explain it to the student so that they are understood. After that, you have to adjust the foundation to be equal with other better children. Otherwise, we will not reach the expected goal.
So yeah, given that it's very difficult to do teaching and learning in the last few months, and how can the parents at home help the students, the children in learning? How do you encourage them to do that?
The Burmese government have prepared for safe environmental for students by closing the school during COVID-19 epidemic. In order not to lose school for a long time, the government have promoted online teaching and learning. And also, the parent side of the student had helped students by to not lose contact with teacher for each subject.
you are also teaching agriculture. So that is something that you do very well at school. I've been to your school before. There's a little plots of land where students grow vegetables and you ask the students to take care of them, which is really good. But now, given that the students can't go to school, so they cannot access the school, what techniques do you use so that the students continue learning about agriculture at home?
When the classroom was not working, the teacher grouped the student close to their homes. Different people have different learning technique. Some students can read books from the teacher, prepare homework teaching to all the students during the school closing period. At this time, it is not possible to teach agriculture in this period, but to grow jackfruit tree and a mango tree at home.
Under normal circumstances, the school children, the students, they will go to school, they take care of the vegetables that they grow themselves in school. So can you tell us more about what activities do you ask the students to take care of by themselves?
Besides agriculture, including other subject activities, the school divided the students into 5 teams. And there is a school schedule for farming with teacher, for example, watering plants and fertilizers, etc. Was able to compete in each team. Now, there are about 100 plants that teachers and students plant together.
very strong point about you and your school is that the level of English proficiency of your students are very high. So, and then that's reflected in terms of their performances in English at the township level, at the provincial level. So that is very good. And then it's one of the hardest things to do to make this, to achieve this. Would you please share with us what techniques do you use to improve the level of English proficiency of your students?
English ကကြတော့ဒီပြင်ဘာသာတွေလို့ပေါ့နော်ဒီ
To be honest, the students were not very interested in English language. Obviously, the score will be lower than other subjects. Just like in my childhood, my teacher had a friend brought a book about the English language. After studying in addiction, it's clear that the score of other subjects have also increased. Now, as an English teacher, more and more students are encouraged to study English so as not to look boring. So the teacher makes story for students to read to make them more easily understand. For new words and vocabulary, teachers have used them and repeat the words to make them remember and recognize. By repeatedly speaking technique, and ask students to ask questions and able to write a long standard by themselves.
noun နေရာမှာရှိတယ် object ဆိုရင် noun နေရာမှာရှိတယ် complement ဆိုရင် noun နေရာမှာရှိတယ်ဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်အသေးစိတ်ပေါ့နော်ကလေးတွေကိုလေအသေးစိတ်ဂိမ်းလေးနဲ့သွားတယ်ဒီမှာစာကြောင်းကြောင်းရေးတာကျွန်တော် subject ပဲ object မှန်တာပြီးတင်လိုက်တယ်တင်ပြီးတဲ့အခါမှာအကြောင်းသားတွေကိုကျွန်တော်ကဥမာလေးပေးတယ်ဥမာလေးပေးပြီးလို့ချင်းကျွန်တော်စာကြောင်းကြောင်းကျွန်တော်ရေးလိုက်တယ်အဲ့ဒီအကြောင်းကိုကျွန်တော်ကစက်ကူလေးပေါ်မှာရေးလိုက်တယ်ပေါ့နော်အစိပ်ပိုင်းလေးတွေ subject တခု verb တခု object တခု manner တခု place တခု time တခု reason တခုကျွန်တော်ကကြီးနေကတ်ရတယ်ကတ်ပြီးတော့သူတို့ကို arrange ပြန်စီစဉ်ခိုင်းတာမျိုးလေးနဲ့ပေါ့နော်ကလေးလေးလည်းမပြင်းအောင်ပေါ့နော်နောက်ကြတော့ဒီမေးခွန်းလုပ်တဲ့ခါမှာဆိုရင်စောစောကကျွန်တော်စာကြောင်းတစ်ခုတိဆောက်ပုံနဲ့တင်ပြီးသွားလို့ရှိရင်အဲ့စာကြောင်းတစ်ခုတိဆောက်ပုံနဲ့ရသွားပြီလို့ရှိရင်အဲ့စာကြောင်းကိုကျွန်တော်မေးခွန်းထုတ်တဲ့ technique လေးကျွန်တော်သင်လိုက်တယ်နော်နီးလေးသင်လိုက်အဲ့နီးလေးသင်ပြီးရတော့မှမေးခွန်းကိုဘယ်လိုထုတ်ရမလဲဆိုတာကိုကျွန်တော်သင်တယ်သင်ပြီးလို့ရှိရင်စောစောကလိုပဲနော်ဟိုစာရအပိုင်းပိုင်းလေးပေါ့နော် W ခုနဲ့ထုတ်တဲ့ဟာမျိုးတော့အဲ့နော်အပိုင်းလေးတွေပိုင်းမကလေးကိုပြန်ဆင်ခိုင်းတာမျိုးလေးမပြင်းအောင်ပေါ့နော်ကလေးကြီးလည်းဟိုအမှန်တိုင်းပြောရမယ်ဆိုရင်ရေရှည်ဓာတ်ကြီးကြည်သိနေတော့ကလေးတွေကလည်းပြင်းကြိုက်ဖြစ်လာမှာအဲကြောင့်ကလေးတွေမပြင်းအောင် activity လေးနဲ့ပေါ့နော်ဒီအသုံးကျွန်တော်သိမသုံးပြတဲ့စကားလုံးတွေပေါ့နော်အဲ့ဒီစကားလုံးလေးတွေလည်းကျွန်တော်စာကြောင်းထဲမှာထည့်တယ်ကလေးတွေကိုလည်းကျွန်တော်စာကြောင်းထဲမှာသူတို့ရဲ့ဒီပေါ့ဝါဒအသက်တွေကိုတကယ်ဝါဒအသက်ဆိုတာမသုံးရင်ကြတော့မိသွားတာပဲအဲ့ဒီအသက်လေးတွေလည်းထက်ကသုံးပြအောင်ဒီစာကြောင်းတွေထဲမှာကျွန်တော်ပြန်ပြန်ထည့်ပေးတယ်
Now let us go back to the questions that we have from our audience. If you would like to ask us a question, you can send in the questions that you have in whatever language in the chat box. Just type them in, and then we will have somebody translate and give them to our speakers. Whatever would you like to ask him, his techniques in teaching English language for the students or other things. So let us go to the question. Well, Mr. Mongchai is with us here live from Myanmar. So there are many questions from the listeners, from the participants. So we will go straight to those questions. First one was by Kun Narongchai Wanasin. The question is, how do you motivate your students who do not like study languages to like it?
คำถามแรกนะคะก็คือคุณครูทำยังไงที่สร้างแรงบันดาลใจให้แก่นักเรียนที่ไม่ชอบที่จะเรียนภาษาต่างประเทศค่ะ
ဟုတ်ကဲ့ပထမပင်ကိုအနေနဲ့ပေါ့နော်ဒီအင်္ဂလိပ်စာသင်ဖို့အတွက်စိတ်ပါဝင်စားမှုနည်းတဲ့ကလေးတွေကိုတဲ့ဘယ်လိုမျိုးလုံခြုံမှုတွေပေးပြီးတော့နီလန်ဒီစနစ်တွေပေါ့နော်တစ်ချက်မျှဝေပေးပါဆရာ
ဟုတ်ကဲ့ခင်ဗျတခါတည်းမှာတချို့ကိုယ်တိုင်ဟိုပေါ့ကျောင်းသားကျောင်းသူတိုင်းကနော်အရာတိုင်းပေါ်မှာစိတ်ဝင်စားမှုတော့ရှိနိုင်မှာမဟုတ်ဘူးဗျဟုတ်ကဲ့ရှင်သူတပြည့်ကျွန်တော်တို့အင်္ဂလိပ်စာသင်တဲ့နေရာမှာကျောင်းသားကျောင်းသူတော်တော်များများကစိတ်ဝင်စားမှုနည်းကြတယ်အဲ့လိုစိတ်ဝင်စားမှုနည်းတဲ့အတွက်ကျွန်တော်တို့စိတ်ဝင်စားလာအောင်ဘယ်လိုလုပ်ပြရအောင်ဆိုဥပမာကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီအင်္ဂလိပ်စာဒီ language ရဲ့အသုံးပြုပုံနဲ့သက်ဆိုင်တဲ့နော်အင်္ဂလိပ်စာဘာသာမတတ်ချင်းဥပမာဘာသာတစ်ခုခုမတတ်ချင်းကြောင်းဒီပြင်ပလောကမှာအခက်အခဲဖြစ်နေတာတွေနော်အဲ့ဒီ language မရှိတဲ့အတွက်ဟိုပေါ့ဒီနောက်ကြောင်းမှုဖြစ်တာတွေကိုကျွန်တော်ကပြောမယ်ဆိုရင်ဒီကလေးတွေသိတာမြင်တာထင်ရှားအောင်ပြပြီးမှဒီအင်္ဂလိပ်စာဒီအရေးကြီးပါတယ်ဆိုတဲ့အကြောင်းလေးကျွန်တော်ကပြောပြီးတော့ဖြည်းဖြည်းနဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒါကလေးတွေ motivation ရအောင်လုပ်မှာဥပမာကျွန်တော်ကိုယ်တိုင်တော့ဒီ Bollywood တော့ movie တွေကြည့်တယ်ဥပမာအဲ့ကြတော့ဒီ Bollywood movie တွေမှာလည်းပါတယ်ဒီအင်္ဂလိပ်စာဘာသာမတတ်ချင်းကြောင့်ဒီအမျိုးသမီးတယောက်ဒီဘလို့ဒုက္ခရောက်ရတယ်သူအပြောဆိုရင်မှဒုက္ခရောက်တဲ့အတွက်လူပတ်ဝန်းကျင်မှာသူဖယ်ခန်းတယ်ဆိုတဲ့အသည့်လေးတွေကလေးတွေမြင်အောင်ကျွန်တော်အဲ့ဒီလိုဇလန်းကြီးပြပြီးတော့လည်း motivate လုပ်တာမျိုးတွေကျွန်တော်လုပ်ပါတယ်
ဟုတ်ကဲ့ပါဆရာค่ะอาจารย์หมอกใจค่ะก็ได้ตอบมาว่านักเรียนส่วนมากที่โรงเรียนของอาจารย์นะคะคือไม่ค่อยที่จะเก่งภาษาอังกฤษแล้วก็ไม่ค่อยที่จะสนใจในการเรียนภาษาอังกฤษนะคะเพราะฉะนั้นอาจารย์ก็จะใช้เทคนิคในการบอกนักเรียนในห้องเรียนว่าถ้าแบบเราคุยภาษาอังกฤษไม่ได้ถ้าเราไม่รู้จักว่าจะอ่านภาษาอังกฤษยังไงคือเราจะแบบด้อยกว่าเพื่อนๆยังไงอะค่ะคืออาจารย์ก็จะพยายามเล่าเป็นประเด็นให้นักเรียนฟังอะค่ะแล้วก็อาจารย์ก็จะแบบเอาหนังจากบอลลีวูดอะค่ะคือที่แบบให้นักเรียนดูเป็นฉากๆนะคะในการที่เกี่ยวกับภาษาอังกฤษเนี่ยเป็นภาษาที่ใช้เป็นสากลนะคะแล้วก็คือจำเป็นต้องทุกคนต้องเรียนภาษาอังกฤษให้ได้อะค่ะถึงจะแบบเราเข้าใจไปตามกันนะคะ
Yes, the answer is that in this class, most students they do not excel in English and also they are not interested. So the technique I use is to tell them is that if we cannot speak English, we would not be able to read, and then we would be inferior to our friends who can speak and who can read English. Apart from that, I take scenes from Hollywood films so that they can see that English is really a global language.
Thank you. I think that's a very good response and how you approach with this learning and teaching. We have another question by Kun Napapat Sondet. I think the question is quite similar. So just now we were talking about students who need motivation. I think the next question is, what kind of activities do you use with the slower students to catch up on the lessons in their English class?
ค่ะคำถามที่สองเนี่ยนะคะก็คือคุณครูมีกิจกรรมอะไรนะคะที่คุณครูนำมาใช้สำหรับนักเรียนที่เรียนสู้เพื่อนไม่ได้เพื่อให้เขาสามารถเรียนทันเพื่อนในการเรียนภาษาอังกฤษค่ะ
ကဲနောက်မေကွန်းတစ်ခုပေါ့နော်ဒီမေကွန်းအနေနဲ့မေးထားတာကတော့ဒီအတန်းထဲမှာပေါ့နော်အင်္ဂလိပ်စာကိုမလိုက်နိုင်နဲ့ပေါ့နော်ဒီကလေးတွေကိုတငယ်ချင်းတွေနဲ့အတူလိုက်နာနိုင်အောင်အတူပေါ့နော်ဒီစင်တူသွားအောင်ပေါ့နော်ဆရာအနေနဲ့ဘယ်လိုမျိုးစနစ်နဲ့အသုံးပြုပြီးတော့ကလေးတွေကိုလုံခြုံမှုပေးပြီးသင်ကြားပေးသွားပါတယ်ရှင်
ဟုတ်ကဲ့ဗျကျွန်တော်တို့ရတဲ့နေ့မှာဒီအင်္ဂလိပ်စာသင်တဲ့အခါမှာကျွန်တော် group ဖွဲ့ပြီးသင်တယ်ပေါ့အထူးသဖြင့်အဲ့လို group ဖွဲ့ပြီးသင်တဲ့အခါမှာကျွန်တော်ကအတန်းစားတူတဲ့ကျောင်းသားကြီးထားလို့မရဘူးပေါ့နော်အတော်သိညက်ပုံတွဲထားရတာအဲ့လိုတွဲထားရတဲ့အတွက်level မတူတာဒီပါသလိုကျောင်းသားရဲ့ပါဝင်မှုမတူရင်လည်းပါလာမယ်ကျောင်းသားရဲ့တက်ကြွတာပါဝင်မှုပြီးမတူတဲ့နှုံးတွေအရာရတဲ့နှုံးလည်းမတူနိုင်ပါဘူးအဲ့ကြောင့်ကျွန်တော်တွေကဘာလို့တော့ဆိုတော့ဒီလို activity တွေပေးထားတဲ့အခါမှာကျောင်းသား3-4ယောက်တစ်ဖွဲ့ပေးထားရမှာကျွန်တော်ကကျောင်းသားရဲ့လှုပ်ဆောင်ချက်တွေကိုကျွန်တော်လိုက်ကြည့်တယ်လိုက်ကြည့်ပြီးတော့ဘယ်ကျောင်းသားတော့ပြင်ဘယ်လိုလုပ်နိုင်လဲဘယ်ကျောင်းသားပြင်ဘယ်နေရာမှာမလုပ်နိုင်ဘူးဆိုတာကျွန်တော်တခါလေးမှတ်တမ်းမှတ်ရပြန်ထားတယ်မှတ်တမ်းမှတ်ရထားပြီးလို့ရှိရင်ကျွန်တော်ကတခါလေးဒီတွေ့စင်မှာလည်းဒါဘယ်နေရာလိုးနေတယ်ဘယ်နေရာလိုးနေတယ်ဆိုတော့ပြောသွားတယ်တော်တဲ့ကျောင်းသားကိုလည်းဒါမရရလေးဒီလို sharing လုပ်လိုက်ပါအဲ့လို sharing လုပ်ချင်ပြီးမိပို့ပြီးတော့လည်းရတာမယ်ဒီမရတဲ့ကျောင်းသားကလည်းဒီကျောင်းသား sharing လုပ်တာကိုလက်ခံလိုက်နော်ကျွန်တော်အဲ့လိုတခါလေးပြောရတယ်တခါလေးပြောပြီးတဲ့အခါမှာကျွန်တော်ဒီအဲ့ activity ပြီးသွားရတော့မှကျွန်တော်မှတ်တမ်းထားတဲ့အရာမလိုက်နိုင်တဲ့ကလေးကိုကျွန်တော်ပြန်ပြီးတော့သူလိုအပ်တဲ့အပိုင်းလေးတွေမှာကျွန်တော်ပြန်လေ့ကျင့်ပေးရတာမျိုးရှိပါတယ်ဒါတော့ပေါ့စာသင်ခန်းထဲမှာတခါတည်းပြင်သွားလို့မရတဲ့နေရာတွေလည်းရှိတယ်ဗျစာသင်ခန်းထဲမှာတခါတည်းပြင်သွားလို့မရတယ်ကျွန်တော်ချိန်ပိုးလေးတွေပေးတယ်တခါတည်းကျွန်တော်အနည်းဆက်ရဆိုရင်ကျွန်တော်အိမ်မှာခေါ်ပြီးတော့အင်တာမျိုးတွေလုပ်ပါတယ်တဖြည်းဖြည်းနဲ့တော့ပေါ့အားလုံးကြီးညီသွားမှုမရှိတော့မှအတော်အသင့်ညံ့တဲ့ကလေးကအလေလက်စင်းတော့ရောက်လာနိုင်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်ကတော့အဲ့လိုပဲလုပ်ပြီးပါတယ်ဗျ
ဟုတ်ကဲ့ပါရှင်ค่ะสำหรับเด็กที่ค่อนข้างด้อยในภาษาอังกฤษในห้องเรียนนะคะคุณครูก็จะมีแอคทิวิตี้ในการแยกกลุ่มค่ะจัดกลุ่ม 3-4 คนค่ะต่อกลุ่มนะคะเป็นหลายๆกลุ่มนะคะแล้วก็จะให้จัดแอคทิวิตี้ให้เด็กๆทำนะคะในห้องแล้วก็อาจารย์ก็จะสังเกตนักเรียนแต่ละคนว่าข้อดีข้อเสียของแต่ละคนเนี่ยมีอะไรบ้างแล้วก็เทคโนตเอาค่ะแล้วก็มาให้เด็กๆเนี่ยค่ะรับอัพสุดท้ายแล้วให้มาแชร์ริ่งแบบว่าที่ต่างคนต่างมีให้มาแชร์ริ่งในกลุ่มอะค่ะแล้วก็คือประเด็นนี้ค่ะคือไม่สามารถที่จะเหมือนแบบทำในห้องเรียนอย่างเดียวคือแบบหลังจากเด็กๆคือกลับไปแล้วบางทีก็จะมีแบบเสริมเวลาให้เด็กๆมาเที่ยวที่บ้านอาจารย์แล้วก็แบบจับกลุ่มกันแล้วก็ทำ activities เรียนภาษาอังกฤษเพิ่มเติมค่ะให้เด็กๆเรียนรู้ได้มากขึ้นค่ะ
For children who need to improve their English proficiency, what I do is I separate the school children into groups of 3 or 4 students, and then we do activities in the school class. And during those activities, I observe all the children. I observe the good points and the bad points of each student. And after that, I let the students share in the group. And that is what we do in the classroom. But all these activities cannot only be done within the classroom. So what I do is sometimes I have sessions at home where I also have the children come in and do the same kind of activity with while I observe the pros and cons of each student.
Oh, thank you. That's very good. That's it shows your dedication, to go beyond your work at school to help these slower learners. Now that actually ties into the next question, which from Linda Cole. When you work with the students at home, you have to teach them the skills. Which language learning skills do your students find most challenging? Listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Which one do they find most challenging? Which one do they most enjoy?
ขอบคุณมากค่ะสำหรับคำตอบของคุณเมื่อกี้ซึ่งแสดงให้เห็นถึงความทุ่มเทที่คุณครูมอบให้แก่นักเรียนทุกคนนะคะอันนี้ก็นำผมมาสู่คำถามต่อไปคำถามที่3ของผมนะคะซึ่งก็คืออยากจะขอถามว่าสำหรับนักเรียนที่เรียนภาษาอังกฤษกับคุณครูเนี่ยนะคะนักเรียนเนี่ยคิดว่าทักษะอันไหนเป็นทักษะที่ท้าทายมากที่สุดค่ะคือการฟังการพูดการอ่านหรือการเขียนค่ะแล้วเขาชอบทักษะอันไหนมากที่สุด
ที่ပြီးသွားတဲ့အတွက်ဆရာကိုကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်။နောက်မေးခွန်းအနေနဲ့ကြတော့ပေါ့နော်ဒီဆရာတင်နေတဲ့ဒီကျောင်းသူကျောင်းသားတွေအတွက်ပေါ့နော်စိန်ခေါ်မှုတစ်ခုအနေနဲ့ဘယ်ဟာတွေကပို့ပြီးတော့စိန်ခေါ်မှုဖြစ်စေတယ်လဲဥပမာဒီအပြောလားအရေးလားအဖတ်အားဖြင့်လားဆရာဒီတွေ့တဲ့ပေါ့နော်တတိထားမိတဲ့လောက်ပေါ့နော်ဘယ်ဟာတွေကကလေးတွေအတွက်စိန်ခေါ်မှုရှိပါတယ်လဲရှင်
ကျွန်တော်အနေနဲ့ပြောရမယ်ဆိုရင်အပြောအားပေါ့ဟုတ်ပြောမှတော်တော်များများစိန်ခေါ်မှုရှိပါတယ်ဘာဖြစ်လို့လဲဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ကိုယ်တိုင်ကလည်းဒီမြန်မာ language နဲ့ပဲကျွန်တော်တို့အများအားပြောနေတယ်အတန်းထဲမှာတချို့တော့ကိုသားလေးကျွန်တော်တို့ကအင်္ဂလိပ်နဲ့သုံးတာဆိုတော့လေဒီအပြောပိုင်းမှာတော့တော်တော်ကြီးကိုကျွန်တော်တို့စိတ်ကောင်းမှုရှိပါတယ်ဒီအပြောပိုင်းကိုဖြည့်ဖို့လည်းအများကြီးလိုပါတယ်အခုဖြည့်ဖို့လည်းကျွန်တော်တို့ကြိုးစားနေပါတယ်
ค่ะส่วนมากนะคะนักเรียนในห้องเรียนนะคะก็จะมีการที่แบบว่าการพูดที่ภาษาอังกฤษที่แบบว่าณตอนนี้คือด้อยกว่าเพื่อนๆนะคะถ้าแบบเราดูทักษะในการพูดของเด็กจะไม่ค่อยดีนักนะคะแล้วก็เลยตอนนี้ก็อาจารย์ก็พยายามที่จะโฟกัสในการพูดให้เด็กๆการพูดของเด็กดีขึ้นนะคะ
The problem for my students at the moment is the fact that they are not proficient at speaking English. So my focus at present is on speaking.
Thank you. Yeah, I think speaking is hard. It's one of the hardest skills. Well, but I'm sure you have been doing your work well. I mean, because from what we know, your English language teaching has been successful because we see that from the achievement of your students that we have heard of, doing very well in exams at your provincial level. How do you plan to share these techniques to be implemented by teachers in other schools in Myanmar, in other cities in Myanmar? How do you plan to share these techniques?
ค่ะเราจะเห็นได้เลยนะคะว่าอาจารย์ได้ทุ่มเทอย่างมากในการสอนภาษาอังกฤษแก่ลูกศิษย์ของอาจารย์นะคะซึ่งแสดงให้เห็นว่าเทคนิคการสอนภาษาอังกฤษของอาจารย์เนี่ยเป็นเทคนิคที่ประสบความสำเร็จซึ่งเราเห็นได้เลยจากการที่ผลการเรียนของลูกศิษย์อาจารย์เนี่ยดีขึ้นนะอย่างต่อเนื่องแล้วสำหรับอนาคตเนี่ยอาจารย์มีแผนอย่างไรที่จะแบ่งปันเทคนิคต่างๆเหล่านี้เพื่อให้โรงเรียนอื่นๆในประเทศเมียนมาเนี่ยนะคะได้นำไปใช้เช่นเดียวกัน
โอเคပါဆရာဖြည့်ပြီးသွားတဲ့အတွက်ကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်နောက်မေးခွန်းအနေနဲ့ပေါ့နော်ဒီဆရာရဲ့အင်္ဂလိပ်စာသင်ကြားမှုနည်းစနစ်ကဆိုရင်အောင်မြင်ခဲ့တယ်ဆိုတာကိုလည်းကျမတို့အမြင်မှာတွေ့ရတယ်ပေါ့နော်ဆိုတော့ဒီအနာဂတ်မှာဒီအခြားဒီမြန်မာပြည်မှာရှိတဲ့ဒီကျောင်းသူကျောင်းသားတွေအတွက်ပေါ့နော်တွားပြီးတော့ဒီအခြားဆရာမတွေကသင်ကြားပေးနိုင်ဖို့ဒီစနစ်တွေကိုဘယ်လိုမျှဝေဖို့ဆရာပြင်ဆင်ထားတယ်လဲရှင်
ကျွန်တော်တို့အခုဒါတော့ sharing ကတော့ကျွန်တော်လုပ်နေကြတာပါအခုဆိုရင်ကျွန်တော်တို့ကျောင်းတွေမှာပေါ့ဒါကျောင်းပိတ်ထားလို့ဒါနော်ကျောင်းဖွင့်ပြီဆိုရင်ကျွန်တော်လစဉ်လာတိုင်းမှာကျွန်တော်ဘာတွေရှိတယ်ဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်ကျောင်းတွေမှာကျောင်းမိသားစုအလိုက်စဉ်ဆက်မပြတ်ဆရာအတတ်ပညာဖွံ့ဖြိုးရေးသင်ယူမှုနည်းပညာဆိုင်ရာဆွေးနွေးပွဲတွေရှိပါတယ်အဲ့ဒီဆွေးနွေးပွဲတွေမှာအတွေ့အကြုံရင်းကျက်တဲ့ဆရာကြီးဆရာမတွေရဲ့ဥဆောင်လာပေါ့နော်အဲ့မှာအဖွဲ့ဝင်ဆရာဆရာမတွေကသင်ခန်းစာတစ်ခုကိုမိတို့မိဖို့ဘလို့ပြင်ဆင်တယ်ဘလို့သင်ကြားတယ်ဒီသင်ကြားစဉ်အတွင်းသင်ယူစဉ်အတွင်းမှာကျောင်းသားကျောင်းသူတွေအနေနဲ့နော်အဲ့ဒီသူ့ရဲ့ဟိုမှာအားနည်းချက်အားသာချက်တွေ နောက်ကျတော့အဲ့ဒီစစ်ဆေးလိုက်တဲ့အကဲဖြတ်လိုက်တဲ့အခါမှာတင်မှုရလက်တွေကဘယ်လိုပဲရှိတယ်ဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့တွေဒါတင်ပြရတာပေါ့နော်အဲ့လိုတင်ပြရတဲ့အခါမှာအားလုံးသဘောတူညီမှုနဲ့ဘယ်ချက်လေးကိုတော့ဘယ်လိုပြင်လိုက်ပါဘယ်ဟာလေးကိုတော့ဘယ်လိုပြင်လိုက်ပါဆိုတဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီဆွေးနွေးတိုင်ပင်ပြီးတော့သင်ကြားရေးနည်းစနစ်တွေပို့ပြီးကောင်းလာအောင်လုပ်တဲ့ခန္ဓာတွေရှိတယ်အဲ့ဒီမှာကျွန်တော်ကိုယ်တိုင်လည်းပါပေါ့နော်ကျွန်တော်ဒီအကြောင်းမှာပေါ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီစဉ်ဆက်မပြတ်ဆရာအတတ်ပညာဖွံ့ဖြိုးရေးအစီအစဉ်လုပ်တဲ့အခါမှာကျွန်တော်နီးစနစ်လေးလို့ကျွန်တော်လိုတင်တယ်ကျွန်တော်သင်ခန်းစာကိုဒီလိုပြင်ဆင်တယ်ကျောင်းထဲမှာလို့သင်ကြားတယ်ပေါ့နော်အဲ့လိုသင်ကြားတဲ့ရလဒ်တွေကဒီလိုရှိတယ်ဆိုတာမျိုးကျွန်တော်တို့ကျောင်းမိသားစုတွေမှာကျွန်တော် sharing လုပ်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်သင်ကြားနည်းစနစ်ပေါ့နောက်ပြီးမြို့နယ်ကဏ္ဍမှာလည်းကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီသင်ကြားနည်းစနစ်တွေကို sharing တွေကျွန်တော်လုပ်ရပါတယ်
ဟုတ်ကဲ့ပါရှင်ทางด้านนะคะอาจารย์ครูหมองจ่ายอะค่ะก็ปกติก็จะ sharing แบบเทคนิคในการสอนที่อยู่ในห้องกับเพื่อนๆอยู่แล้วแล้วก็จะมี activities อีกอันนึงอะค่ะทุกๆเดือนนะคะเพื่อนๆอาจารย์ก็จะมารวมกันนะคะแล้วก็จะมาเหมือนประชุมค่ะแล้วก็จะมา sharing เทคนิคในการสอนนักเรียนในห้องแล้วก็คือจะมาดูว่าอาจารย์คนไหนสอนแบบไหนบ้างคือข้อไหนที่ควรจะมาปรับปรุงนะคะคือเราก็จะมาดูกันนะคะแล้วก็คือครูหม่องจ่ายก็จะอยู่ในกลุ่มอยู่ในคณะกรรมการในนั้นอยู่แล้วค่ะก็จะทำมีติ้งทุกเดือนนะคะ
The method we use is that we have a system of sharing teaching techniques. For example, every month we will have a meeting between teachers to share each other's techniques inการteach. And during those meetings, we will be providing feedbacks to the other teachers concerning what must be improved and what is being well done. And this is what we do on a monthly basis.
Can I just ask back to that response? Who are those teachers that you have the monthly meeting with? Where do they come from? Where are they from?
ก็ถามนะคะว่าคุณครูที่มีการจัดประชุมเป็นงานร่วมกันทุกเดือนเนี่ยนะคะคุณครูต่างๆเหล่านั้นนะคะท่านเป็นคุณครูจากที่ไหนคะ
ဖြေသွားတဲ့အဖြေပေါ်မှာကိုးကားပြီးတော့ဗောနော်ဒီဒေါက်တာချဝင်းကနေပြီးတော့မေကိုထပ်ဆင့်ပြီးတော့ဟိုသိချင်တာလေးသူမေးလာပါတယ်ရှင်ဆိုတော့ခုနပြောသလိုဒီလချင်းလာတဲ့အစည်းအဝေးတွေလုပ်တယ်ဆိုတော့ဒီပါဝင်တဲ့ဆရာမတွေကဘယ်ဒေတာကနေဘယ်လိုမျိုးပဲကျောင်းကနေအဲ့လိုမျိုးဘယ်ကနေလာကြလဲဗောနော်အဲ့ဒါလေးတစ်ချက်ပြောပြပေးပါရှင်
အခုလောဆယ်တော့ကျွန်တော်တို့လုပ်နေတဲ့ပုံစံကျောင်းမိသားစုပေါ့ကျွန်တော်တို့မြို့နယ်တွင်နီးစပ်ရာကျောင်း10ကျောင်းမြင်10ကျောင်း15ကျောင်းမြင်15ကျောင်းအဲ့ဒါမျိုးကျွန်တော်ကျောင်းမိသားစုရှိရဗျအဲ့ဒီကျောင်းမိသားစုကဥမာကျွန်တော်ဆိုရင်အထက်တန်းပြဆိုရင်အထက်တန်းပြဆရာမတွေအင်္ဂလိပ်စာသင်တဲ့ဆရာမတွေကိုစုရတယ်သင်္ချာဆိုရင်လည်းသင်္ချာသင်တဲ့ဆရာမတွေကိုစုရတယ်ပေါ့အဲ့လိုအလယ်တန်းဆိုလည်းအလယ်တန်းလေမူလာတန်းဆိုလည်းမူလာတန်းလေသူ့အဖွဲ့နဲ့သူအစည်းအဝေးရတာမျိုးတွေပါค่ะ
คุณครูที่มา participate ใน monthly meeting นะคะก็จะมีแบบว่าในเมืองมันนาเลเองก็จะมี10 ถึง 15โรงเรียนนะคะค่ะก็จะมีระดับจากประถมถึงมัธยมอะค่ะ
The teachers with whom we have monthly meetings they come from schools in Mandalay where there are between 10 to 15 schools of various levels.
Interesting. Yeah, because of course, Mr. Mongja is from Mandalay, so it's got a big city with a lot of population in that area. Good. Well, I think we have just a few minutes left. There's another question that we like to go into, which is schools in Myanmar are now closed due to COVID-19. And of course, we hope that you can reopen soon. And then, of course, when you reopen, how do you plan to improve your school facilities to ensure that when the students return to school, they can return safely?
คำถามที่อยากจะเรียนถามอาจารย์ก็คืออาจารย์ทำยังไงนะคะที่จะ อาจารย์วางแผนยังไงที่จะปรับปรุง facility ของที่โรงเรียนนะคะเพื่อที่เอาข้อไหนครั้งหนึ่งนะคะเนื่องจากขณะนี้เนี่ยค่ะโรงเรียนต่างๆในเมียนมาเนี่ยนะคะปิดเนื่องจากปัญหาโควิด -19 ค่ะทางโรงเรียนนะคะมีแผนที่จะปรับปรุงสิ่งอำนวยความสะดวกต่างๆที่โรงเรียนอย่างไรเพื่อที่จะดูแลให้นักเรียนมีความปลอดภัยเมื่อเขากลับมาเรียนที่โรงเรียนค่ะ
โอเคပါရှင်နောက်မိခွန်းအနေနဲ့ပေါ့နော်ဒီအခု COVID-19 ကာလအနေအထားကြောင့်ပေါ့နော်ကျောင်းတွေအများအပြားပိတ်ထားတာတွေ့ရတယ်ဆိုတော့ကျောင်းပြန်ဖွင့်တဲ့အချိန်ကြရင်ပေါ့နော်ဒီကျောင်းသားကျောင်းသူတွေကျောင်းပြန်လာတဲ့အခါမှာဘေးကင်းလုံခြုံတဲ့ပတ်ဝန်းကျင်ဖြစ်ဖို့အတွက်ကျောင်းမှာပေါ့နော်ဘယ်လိုမျိုးပြင်ဆင်ထားပါသလဲရှင့်
ကျွန်တော်ကျောင်းပြန်ဖွင့်တဲ့အခါမှာကလေးတွေဘေးကင်းလုံခြုံစိတ်ချစေဖို့အတွက်ဒီ COVID-19 ကာကွယ်ရေးအတွက်မဖြစ်မနေကျွန်တော်ရှိရမယ့်အသုံးဆောင်တွေဖြစ်တဲ့ဥပမာ mask တို့ face shield တို့ဆက်ပြတို့ hand gel တို့ကိုကျွန်တော်ထောက်ပံ့ပေးကြရတယ်ပေါ့နော်တော်ကျွန်တော်တက်နိုင်သေးပြီနောက်ကျတော့ thermometer လည်းကျွန်တော်ထောက်ပံ့ပေးထားတယ်နောက်ကျတော့ကျောင်းသားတွေဒီကျောင်းအတွင်းအဝင်အထွက်နဲ့စာသင်ခန်းတွင်ဒါမှမဟုတ်ဒီ toilet သွားတဲ့အခါမျိုးတွေမှာနော်ဒီ social distancing ဖြစ်စတဲ့နော်ကျောင်းသားကျောင်းသူများဘေးကင်းလုံခြုံရေးရှိစေမည့်အစီအမံတွေကိုဒီကျောင်းဆရာကြီးနဲ့တိုင်ပင်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့စီစဉ်ဆောင်ရွက်ထားဖို့စီစဉ်ထားပါတယ်ခင်ဗျ
โอเคပါရှင်สำหรับคำถามนี้นะคะทางครูแล้วก็อาจารย์ใหญ่ก็มีการเตรียมมาตรการในการกลับมาของเด็กๆค่ะก็อย่างเช่นจะมีหน้ากากอนามัยเฟสชิลด์สบู่ล้างมือนะคะแล้วก็ปลอดวัดไข้พวกนี้ค่ะเตรียมให้เด็กๆนะคะแล้วก็แล้วก็จะดูแลการเข้าออกของในห้องเรียนหรือว่าในห้องน้ำต่างๆก็ตามแล้วก็มีการ social distancing ในห้องเรียนด้วยค่ะ
When the children will be coming back to school, both the principal of the school and the teachers and myself, we have prepared all the equipment necessary, such as the face shields, hand sanitizer, thermometer, and also we will take care of when they come in and out of the classroom or when they go to the toilets, that everything is done safely.
Oh, thank you. So those are the measures that you have to ensure the safety, the hygiene for all the students and staff. Well, now, how about, are there any permanent changes in the way that the school has to be run, the way that students travel to school, the way that staff travel to school, has COVID affected any of those?
ขอบคุณนะคะสำหรับคำตอบนะคะสิ่งที่อยากจะเรียนถามเพิ่มเติมก็คือว่าเรื่องของปัญหาเกี่ยวกับเรื่องโควิด -19 เนี่ยนะคะทำให้มีการเปลี่ยนแปลงอะไรต่อโรงเรียนที่จะเกิดขึ้นอย่างถาวรไหมคะตัวอย่างเช่นเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของการเดินทางของนักเรียนหรือเจ้าหน้าที่ของโรงเรียนเนี่ยนะคะในการไปกลับจากที่บ้านและที่โรงเรียน
ဟုတ်ကဲ့ပါဖြည့်ပြီးတော့တဲ့အတွက်ဆရာကိုကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်ဒီထပ်မံပြီးတော့ဒီနောက်မေးခွန်းအနေနဲ့ကြတော့ပေါ့နော်ဒီ COVID-19 ကြောင့်ဒီကျောင်းထဲမှာပေါ့နော်ကျောင်းထဲမှာတော့၎င်းဒီကျောင်းသားကျောင်းသူပေါ်မှာ၎င်းပြောင်းလဲမှုတွေတချို့တော့ဖြစ်သွားမှာပဲဥပမာဒီကျောင်းကိုဒီလာတဲ့အခါမှာဘယ်လိုမျိုးအခက်ခဲတွေဘယ်လိုပြောင်းလဲမှုတွေဖြစ်သွားနိုင်တယ်လဲပြီးတော့ဒီကျောင်းထဲမှာစာသင်တဲ့ဆရာဆရာမတွေ၎င်းပေါ့နော်ဘယ်လိုမျိုးဘာပြောင်းလဲမှုတွေရှိနိုင်မလဲပေါ့နော်ဆရာအနေနဲ့ဘယ်လိုမြင်ပါလဲရှင်
COVID-19 ဖြစ်သွားတဲ့အတွက်ဟိုမှာကျွန်တော်တို့ရင်းစောစောဒီပထမတစ်လကျွန်တော်ကျောင်းဖွင့်လိုက်သေးတယ်ဖွင့်လိုက်တဲ့အခါမှာကျွန်တော်ကျောင်းသားတွေလာတာကတော့အခက်အခဲမရှိဘူးเนาะလာတာတော့ပုံမှန်တိုင်းပဲသူတို့ဒီနေရာအကွာဝေးနေကျောင်းလာတယ်အကွာဝေးတော့ပြောင်းမသွားဘူးဒါပေမဲ့ဘာတွေပြောင်းသွားတော့ဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်နှစ်တုပ်ခွဲလိုက်ရတယ်ဟိုမှာတပတ်ချတစ်ခါပေါ့เนาะတပတ်ချတစ်ခါကျွန်တော်နှစ်တုပ်ခွဲလိုက်ရတယ်အဲဒီကျောင်းသားတွေကဟိုမှာ9ရက်တက်ပြီးဘယ်နေ့ပြန်လာတော့9ရက်ပြန်လာရတယ် 9ရက်တဲ့9ရက်နော်9ရက်နောက်ပြီး9ရက်ပြန်တက်ငါနော်အဲကြတော့ကျောင်းသားတွေကဘာလို့ဆိုတော့9ရက်ပဲတက်ပြီးတော့9ရက်ပြန်လာတဲ့အခါမှာစာအဆက်ပြတ်တာမျိုးလိုအများကြီးဖြစ်သွားတယ်ပေါ့နော်ဆရာမတွေအနေနဲ့ကလည်းဒီစာသင်ရတဲ့အခါမှာဟိုရင်တော့တစ်ချိန်စာသင်ရမယ့်ဟာကို3ချိန်4ချိန်လောက်သင်နေရတယ်နောက်ကြတော့ဘယ်လိုပြောမလဲရတဲ့အချိန်ကလည်းနေတယ်နေတစ်ပိုင်းနေပေါ့နော်ကျွန်တော်တို့ကဟိုပေါ့တဏီကုံခေါ်ထားလို့လည်းအကြောင်းသားတွေမရတဲ့အတွက်နေတစ်ပိုင်းပဲသင်ရတဲ့အတွက်ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့စာသင်ခြင်းကလည်းကျွန်တော်တို့ကတစ်ပိုင်းကြုံသွားတယ်တစ်ပိုင်းကြုံသွားတယ်အပိုင်းတစ်ပိုင်းခွဲရတယ်ဆိုရင်ကျွန်တော်တို့ကတစ်ချိန်စာကိုကျွန်တော်က4ချိန်သင်နေရတယ်ပေါ့နော်အခက်အခဲတွေပေါ့နောက်ကြတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီကျောင်းသားကျောင်းသူတွေတဲ့အစီအမံပိုင်းဆိုင်ရာကြလည်းအမြဲတမ်းပြည့်မဲ့ဖြစ်နေရတဲ့အတွက်ဟိုပေါ့အခက်အခဲရတော့ဖြစ်တယ်ဗျာတချို့ဆိုရင်တော့ကလေးကဘယ်ဘက်ထဲမှာပါတယ်ဆိုတော့တချို့တွေမသိဘူးဒါပေမဲ့ကျွန်တော်ကပြောမယ်ဆိုနို့ဘုတ်ထဲမှာကပ်ပေးထားတယ်တချို့ကြတော့ဟိုပေါ့နို့ဘုတ်ကိုမကြည့်ပဲမဲ့ဘယ်နေ့တန်းမှာတော့ဘယ်ဘက်တော့ဆိုတချို့ကကြအရင်ဘက်တက်ချင်တယ်တချို့ကနောက်ဘက်တက်ချင်တယ်အဲ့လိုမျိုးတွေပြဿနာတွေတော့ရှိတယ်ဗျာဒါပေမဲ့ဟိုပေါ့လာကုန်ပိုင်းရောက်တော့အဲ့ဒါအားလုံးအဆင်ပြေသွားပါတယ်ဟုတ်ကဲ့ခင်ဗျာ
ဟုတ်ကဲ့ပါကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်ရှင်แล้วก็สำหรับคำถามอีกคำถามหนึ่งนะคะก็การเปลี่ยนแปลงในโรงเรียนค่ะก็จะมีการมีอยู่แล้วค่ะเพราะว่าผลกระทบของโควิด -19 นะคะก็จะมีคือก็จะแยกก็ต้องแยกนักเรียนเป็น2กลุ่มอะค่ะปกติคือเรียนได้แบบประมาณหลายๆคนในห้องแต่ว่าช่วงถ้าเปิดใหม่ก็ต้องแยกเป็น2กลุ่มแล้วก็ให้เหมือนมาเรียนแบบอาทิตย์เว้นอาทิตย์อะค่ะคือให้มาสมมติว่ามาเรียน5วันแล้วก็อยู่ที่9วันนะคะอันนี้ก็จะแบบจะมีประเด็นที่เปลี่ยนไปของนักเรียนนะคะแล้วก็ในเชิงของการสอนของอาจารย์นะคะก็จะมีแบบว่าตอนนี้ที่แบบเจอปัญหาค่ะคือสมมติว่าปกติก็จะสอนแค่เวลาเดียวแต่ว่าหลังจากผลกระทบโควิดก็ต้องแยกไป 3-4 เวลาสำหรับนักเรียนนะคะก็จะมีการยืดเยื้อในการสอนไปอะค่ะ
The answer to that question is that for the school it has implicated a lot of changes such as for example we have to separate school children into 2 groups so that each one should study 1 week after the other. That means they study 1 week during 5 days and then they have to have about 9 days holiday at home. This is for the children. As for the teachers, normally we only teach once, but now what has happened is that now we have to teach 3 classes. Instead of 1 class, we have to teach 3 classes or 3 or 4 classes per week, and which expands the teaching hours for the teachers.
Well, yes, it is not nice. It's not very nice thing. So it brings you extra work. So instead of teaching once, you teach the students 3 times. So it's extra work, really. Well, I think well, we do have a few more questions that the participants have left us, but I'm afraid that the time is nearly over, so we will have to wrap up over right here. The other questions that we did not manage to answer online right now, live with the live Q&A, we will try to respond to those through the website in the comment section. So that will conclude this session with Kun Mong Jai from Myanmar. So thank you very much everyone for listening, and thank you very much for being with us today, this session. Thank you. สวัสดีครับ
Ladies and gentlemen, teachers and students, we have finally reached the end of the 3rd Princess Mahachakri Award Forum, which was held from the 22nd to the 23rd of October 2020. Even though it's the end of this forum, it's just the beginning of something amazing where teachers and students can see and combine their ideas together. And indeed, this 2 days has been really amazing. Of all the ideas and all the opinions, please make sure you keep these ideas and use it in the foreseeable future. future, don't just let it be words, let it be inspiration, let it be ideas, let it come to real, in real life as well, for all the teachers out there in this world, especially in the Southeast Asian countries. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are proud to say that this is the first online international conference, which is about an award given every 2 years to the teachers from the 11 countries in Southeast Asia, which are the 10 ASEAN countries, including Timor-Leste, who changed student lives and made significant impact to the community. You truly are the heroes. Honestly, you are the marvels of the school that will pass knowledge and education on to the young generation so that they can become great people of the world, great people of their nation, of their country, with great occupation, great careers. Their dreams can come true, and of course they can raise their standard of living and quality of life as well. On top of that, we have a special time with our distinguished guests who sacrificed their precious time to become moderators, speakers, exchanging ideas, experience, knowledge, and everything that we need to know to become great successful teachers, and that students can become great successful occupation in the future with great careers and great lives as well. This is not just about changing people, it's about changing lives. And of course, this is really important. Schools are the fundamental place where students can grow, learn more, know more, and follow their dreams as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you've enjoyed the Third Princess Mahachakri Forum, you can go into our YouTube channel. We have videos and highlights on our YouTube by searching PMCA channel. So just go into the PMCA channel and you'll see the highlights of the 22nd and 23rd of October with the PMCA Third Forum. And of course, you can go into worldwideweb.pmca.or.th for more information, news, update, live feeds, or go into worldwideweb.pmca.in.th for all the rerun of the videos from the 22nd to the 23rd of October 2020, just in case you want to know more information or you want to see the highlights of what we had, the opening ceremony, and also all the great ideas that we talked about. You can go into our channel and replay the videos. Also, we would like to thank all participants for being here. For the information about the e-documents, you can go into worldwideweb.pmcaforum.in.th. So pmcaforum.in.th for the e-documents that our teachers, our moderators, and our speakers has talked about. And remember, if you want the e-certificate, you must follow these criteria. First, attend the online opening ceremony and at least 2 plenary sessions on the 22nd of October 2020, which was yesterday. And today, you must attend at least 2 plenary sessions and show and share session in order to get the topics, at least 2, ladies and gentlemen, which was today. And then you must also submit at least 1 comment, 1 feedback to us, and then complete a questionnaire via email within the 25th of October 2020. So we kindly ask you to finish the questionnaire and give us your feedback so that we can use this questionnaire and these feedback to improve our event in the future. And hopefully everyone get the e-commerce documents, which is valuable information, and I hope that everyone also get the e-certificate to prove that you have attended the 3rd Princess Mahachakri Award Forum and that you'll be great teachers one day, because this certification is a clarification that you are great teachers, you have attended the PMCA Forum, and we wish you all the best. Ladies and gentlemen, students, teachers, it's time to say farewell. Hope to see you in the 4th Princess Mahachakri Award Forum. As for today, good luck. See you next time. สวัสดีครับ